Well, welcome everybody to the fourth Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 Working Group meeting. I'm Marcus Chatfield. I'm the Undersea Cable Coordinator for Department of Land Conservation and Development. So we're gonna just take a moment. I introduced myself. I'm gonna kind of move through the list, or maybe have Andy do it since I can't see people very well while I'm presenting here. So we'll have Andy start off introducing himself.
Good morning, everyone. Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I'm going to pass it to Becky Anthony.
Yeah, hi, I'm Becky Anthony. I'm from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And do I need to pass it to someone?
Sure, yeah.
I will pass it to Scott McMullen.
Hi, Scott McMullen. I'm from Astoria with the North Coast Fishing Representative, I think, on this group. And background is I'm with the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee, where I serve as chairman. And background before that was as a commercial fisherman. And I'll pass to Joanne.
I knew you were going to do that. Hi, I'm Joanne Morris from Google. I'm the cable on this committee. I am the cable industry representative and happy to be here. I will pass it to Lynn because that's who I see on my video.
Hi, it's Lene, actually. Hi, Becky.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lene. I apologize. I apologize.
Not to worry. Lene Rutledge. I'm a coastal resident in Tierra del Mar, and I represent the interests of coastal residents. And I'm actively engaged in a lot of policy work related to everything related to the Oregon coast. I will pass it to, let's see, how about Jonathan Allen?
Good morning, Jonathan Allen from the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, and working with Reed on the geologic portion of the assessment. And since I came in late, I'm not sure who to pass it on to.
Yeah, why don't we go to Reed?
All right. Hi, Reed Burgett, also at the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, and I'm working on the siting study to understand favorable places along the coast. Thanks. And I also am a bit late, so Andy, if you want to.
Yeah, I will pass it over to Susan.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Susan Chambers. I'm the South Coast Fisheries Rep on OPAC, so that's my role here. I'm also chair of OPAC, and my day job, I work for the West Coast Seafood Processors. So I will pass it to Mike Graybill.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Graybill. I'm a neighbor of Susan's here on the South Coast in Coos Bay. And I work for no organization at all, just representing South Coast communities.
About Natalia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Natalia Strunatka, Department of State Lands. And I will pass to Peggy Joyce.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peggy Joyce. I sit on the OPAC board, and I'm here because I sit on the OPAC board and because I've been attending these meetings for years, and I find them really fascinating and encouraging to see that we're working on these issues and all of the state agencies that are involved. So it just helps to inform me as an OPAC member when things come in front of us to be sitting at these meetings. And I learn a lot. So good to be with you this morning. I won't be able to be here for the whole time. I have a conflict this morning, but I will be here for as long as I can.
Thank you. Let's pass it to Ryan Wapshall.
Hi, I'm Brian Wapshall with Wapshall Consulting, located in Bend on the other side of the mountains. And I'm here representing the submarine cable industry, as well as my work on the best practices report that is going to be finalized soon.
Thank you, Ryan. And let's go to Tara.
Hi, thanks, Andy. Tara Brock. I am Vice Chair of OPAC and Chair of this working group. Apologies for being a couple minutes late. My 8:30 ran over. In my day job, I am an attorney with Oceana and represent coastal conservation.
Thank you, Tara. Let's go to Laurel.
Good morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Ocean Shore Resource Coordinator.
Thank you, Laura. How about Delia?
Good morning, everyone. Delia Kelly with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll be tuning in and out today, but Becky Anthony will be representing the agency here today. Good to see everyone.
Good to see you, Delia. How about Blake?
Howdy, folks. Blake Helm, Proprietary Specialist for Department of State Lands, handle planning and policy for our Waterway Use Authorization Program, which includes Territorial Sea.
Okay, and Chris Stein.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Stein, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I'm in the 401 Water Quality Certification Program, and I work both in hydropower licensing as well as dredge and fill. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody that we missed this morning?
Jamie.
Oh, Jamie, go ahead.
Yeah, Jamie, OPAC member, Coastal at Large. I just got out of the shower, so I'm not going to turn on my mute quite yet.
Thank you, Jamie. Anybody else that I missed?
I think there's someone on the line named Katie.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Katie Morris. I'm the environmental and permitting lead for Deep Blue Pacific Wind. We're a floating offshore wind developer. So I thought this meeting was open to the public, but if that's not the case, please let me know. I'm primarily interested in hearing the presentation from Scott McMullen today. So thank you.
This is a public meeting, Katie, and you are welcome to join us. Thank you for being here. Marcus, I think that's it on introductions, so I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Andy, and thank you everyone for introducing yourselves. So just quickly, we'll review this is the meeting summary from the last meeting. Kind of have a screenshot of it here. There's a link to it. You can also find it on the OregonOcean.info website at the TSP4 working group set page on that. I hope you've had a chance to look it over. Does anybody have any revisions to that I need to make note of? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I'm going to move right along, move into the agenda, kind of go over this really quickly. So here in a few minutes, we will talk about the meeting schedule, discuss the site tour that will be coming up, and briefly discuss the Cable Landing Site Criteria Committee that met last week. Then we'll have a presentation by Scott McMullen on the role of the OFCC on cable route selection. Then we'll have a quick break, and we'll dive right into discussing the draft amendments. I've structured it a little bit differently this time than we did last time, and I've included kind of breadcrumbs to show you back in the document where it is, where each section is, but we'll be reviewing the text, and we will review that first section, including like table of contents information, and then some of the background information. Then we'll have lunch around 11:30 to 12:30. At 12:30, we'll have a public comment period for 30 minutes, and then we can jump back into discussing the draft amendments. At this section, talking about the policy section and the burial part of the implementation requirements. I've interspersed a lot of breaks through the day because this is a lot, and as we saw last time, it gets pretty tedious after a while. So I'd like to throw in some breaks there so that we don't completely get lost in what we're doing here. So after that break, we'll jump back into discussing draft amendments. This time, the review process and coordination. Have another break, come back and talk about resource and use inventory and the written report. And then we'll plan for the next meeting and be done for the day. So it doesn't seem like a lot of things, but it is a lot of content. So we're going to try and move along as quickly as possible, but yet have good discussion and be thorough about it. So we have 3 meetings left, including this one. But it has come to my attention that there are some major conflicts for some folks for the next 2 scheduled meetings. I've had a lot of people reach out saying that there's some conflicts. We had planned to have the site tour at the next meeting in March, but there's a wind energy conference at that same time. And there's some other people who have other conflicts. The survey that I put out did not return very many replies. And as it was about 50-50 for the 2 options. So with those conflicts and after conferring with Andy, we think it's probably best to push the site tour to April. And also due to those conflicts, it would probably be a good time to discuss if March 8th would be a better date for the March meeting, and if the week of April 12th would be better for the site tour and the April meeting. Andy's going to drop a link in the chat to a doodle poll right now, so that hopefully by the end of the day, whenever we discuss planning for the next meeting, I will have the results of that, and I'll be able to get those meetings kind of set in stone better for everybody. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh, sorry, yeah, talking about the landing site tour, those would be the dates that are in red here are the ones that we had originally planned for meetings, but the ones in blue are the kind of alternate dates in this doodle poll that I'm sending out. As well as for the April, if we do the 12th, it would be either the 11th and 12th or the 12th and 13th to include the site tour. Just briefly, I want to mention that we met the cable landing site criteria subcommittee met on January 24th, Tuesday, and we plan to meet again on February 8th. It did highlight the importance of having coordination between inland and offshore permits early in the process, and we identified a few areas that should be excluded. Just based on our initial conversation. It wasn't a very long meeting, but I think that the meetings coming up should bear a lot more fruit, and we'll have something to talk about more in the March meeting. So we did kind of move through that really quickly, which is all right. Scott, do you have your presentation ready?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Excellent. So I will pass I don't know if Andy can make you be able to share your screen. I will stop sharing and we will pass it on to Scott to present on the OFCC process and helping for route planning of cables.
You should be able to share your screen now, Scott.
Okay. One moment here while I get. Okay, I'm assuming my cover slide has come to the front.
Looks good. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name, as I said earlier, Scott McMullen. I'm one of the founding members of the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee, which was formed in 1998 in response to information that I and a couple other fishermen had that a new submarine cable project was being planned for the Oregon coast. And I guess our biggest concern from the 3 of us as commercial fishermen was that previously on the cable that had been installed at Pacific City a few years prior, we had, as commercial fishermen and as vessel owners, received a letter from the cable owner saying, here's our cable, don't fish here anymore. And not wanting to lose ground, we felt like there was a need to work with the cable owner and see if we couldn't find something that would work better than just saying you can't fish here anymore. So we formed in 1998, and we began meeting with the cable owner who was proposing this new project, and we asked, could he move it close to another cable? And they said, no, we don't do that. Cables should be separated so that if a accident, say an underwater landslide or a situation where a ship drags an anchor, that it doesn't take out multiple cables. It only takes out one, and that they use sometimes cable owners use other cables for redundancy purposes so that the circuits remain up. So anyway, they said, you know, putting all the cables in a tight little corridor is not a good option from a cable security standpoint. So we said, well, how about we work to try to find some agreement where you bury the cable and we can fish over it. And we pursued that avenue and ended up with an agreement now that's been replicated quite a few times here in Oregon. So one of the elements was making sure that the cable was safe to fish over. So in the process of the first installation, we were concerned about the location, and we said, there's a reef where you're planning to put that cable. And they said, we do this. This company was a French company, said, we do this all the time. We'll get it in. And they did, although probably wasn't optimal. It could have been better. The route really wasn't an optimal route. And while they were able to get it buried, it was not a good job from the standpoint of a good burial, deep burial. So in a few places, there's burial that's you know, maybe a half a meter deep, which is adequate to protect the cable and protect it from fishing, but still it could be better. So we felt like we needed to get involved in the planning of cables to make sure that that didn't happen again. And so with the next cable, I went aboard the ship that was conducting the survey. I brought my fishing charts. This is back in probably 99 or 2000. And we used some of my charts to kind of help route the cable. And when we'd find hard bottom, we'd look back at my charts and say, well, it looks like if you go a little further south, we should be able to get around that hard spot. And we got that one done, and that went pretty well. But as time grew on and more cables came, we found that there really needed to be better planning up at the very beginning before the survey takes place. And that really is the key to why we've been so successful, is now we start from the very beginning. When the project development team comes and meets with us, usually a cable owner and a supplier will come and meet with us, and we discuss our agreement. We discuss what the OFCC agreement is, which is the core of that agreement is that we don't want to lose fishing grounds. We want to be able to continue to fish in our historic areas, and in order to do that, we need good burial. And so we found common ground with cable owners on this, where they're all you know, share the same vision and support. So we work on the agreement together, and then usually the next step is we get we have a meeting. This is I picked this one because Joanne's on our board. This was a meeting we first had. I think this was the day I met Joanne, when the Google folks came to meet with us. And some of the people here in the picture are from NEC of Japan, a company that was their system supplier, as well as another OFCC fisherman over here from Oregon. So we met and we went over things. And then the next step is they give us the cable route. Now, in the early days, we put Loran C receivers on the survey ships, took our charts, and we would use our data to monitor where we were and be able to show where we thought there'd be problems, or where there'd be better bottom to survey. Now, the way it works, and works very well, is we take the draft position list from the cable company, and we turn it into a format that's used on fishing boats. And so we load it into the plotters of a few fishermen that we know are very familiar with that particular part of the coast. So if it was a cable coming into Florence, we'd have fishermen from Coos Bay and Newport review the route. So we pick professional fishermen that are known to have a tremendous knowledge of the seabed in the area, and usually it's decades of experience. Oftentimes, those fishermen have a program called OLEX. It's a software coupled with some expensive hardware, a scientific grade echo sounder, and GPS. There's some motion. I can't really think of the name, but there's a lot of electronics on the boat to precisely and accurately keep the position of the vessel exactly at even from the rolling of the boat, the motion from swells, the tide, all these things are used in the software to make sure that there's a very accurate mapping taking place. And these guys map the seabed themselves. So with the data, we either we load the route onto these plotters of fishermen, and they look at what's in the area and whether the cable could be easily buried. This is an example of a fisherman's OLEX plotter. And if you look over here on the left, you see that sort of here's a kind of a narrow strip. Each time the vessel, when the vessel's underway, it's constantly recording data, and it can record data over areas that it's already been, and it refines that data. But this particular captain, when he'd leave port, and he's a shrimper, and shrimp vessels usually transit at night. So as he travels, he tells his crew, pick a new swath and just develop a new line so that we continue to build our OLEX map, our own data. And so this is an example of a tremendous amount of mapping that he has done while transiting along the coast. And you can see areas of hard bottom are very, very clearly identified. And the other areas here are softer, more bottom that would be more suitable for burying cables. Also happens to be more suitable for crab, which is one of his main interests. So that's an OLEX system. When the OFCC gets this route, we modify the route. We don't worry if it's in a high value fishing area, because we're not trying to keep the cable away from high value grounds. Typically the places that we fish are soft muddy bottom, and that soft bottom is easy to bury cable in, the easiest type of bottom to bury cable. Sometimes there's clay. We just avoid rocks. Absolutely. We don't want any be anywhere close to rocks. We don't want any hard structure. We don't want steep slopes. And the reason steep slopes are a problem for a cable is when they plow bury the cable, the plow is quite heavy, and if the slope is too steep, then they have trouble controlling the plow. So used to be the sort of the maximum slope that was considered viable was about 10 degrees. And I think with newer plows, we've found that isn't really quite necessary anymore. I think you can get a little bit steeper if you have to, but we still look for the most benign slopes and areas with no seabed obstructions of any type. Here's an example from a recent project. The original company that was installing the cable and building the system provided us with this draft route, and it came down through here and right across. You can see there's a structure here. This is a rocky ridge. Fishermen call it the Ray bump, but it's a very steep, hard bottom structure. And they don't fish on it. It's too hard. It would tear up their nets, but it also isn't any good for laying cable. So the first fisherman that we showed this route to immediately said, well, we have to go around that. And the best way is below it. And he also said there was another area over here that they needed to move it up a little bit. So on the right-hand screen is that same route after having been modified in the wheelhouse of a skipper in Newport. So they modified the route much better. And I'll just fast forward. Eventually, this route was surveyed with a survey ship, and we did samples and found that it was very, very variable. They do burial assessments, and they do ground truthing of the electronic data that they get when they, as you remember earlier, the hard bottom reflects differently than muddy bottom. And so you get an electronic signature that's associated with hard bottom, but the survey company still ground truth the data to make sure that it's really hard if that's what they're concerned about. Or in the case of a cable route, they ground truth it to make sure that the cable route is in all soft bottom. And this was found, I think, in all the samples they did, they found penetration to almost 3 meters on the entire route. This is another shot showing a little bit about modification. This particular OLEX software allows you to look at the slope. So if you pick out the worst slope on a particular route, and right here was maybe a little steeper than the rest, this says that that's 9.3 degrees. So it's probably installable at that kind of a slope, but it's not ideal. And so then we looked here and we found a little better slope. This is a little more gentle slope a little bit further to the north. So we kind of tweaked the route to get the best possible route for installation. We then send that information back to the route planning team, and they take that information and they engineer it to a proper cable route that can be installed. And so example of that, here is the original route from the installer in kind of this rust color. Fisherman modified it on his plotter in green. We sent this back to them. And then the installer, using engineering, had come up with a more rounded and a more installable route. For example, a cable ship couldn't make this turn, couldn't make that sharp of a turn towing a cable plow, but this more gradual sweeping turn was much better. If the fisherman doesn't have enough data on his plotter, maybe a lot of times they have their fishing grounds mapped real well, but they don't have maybe the outer edge. They aren't fishing a lot outside of maybe 600 fathoms or 550 fathoms or something. So sometimes we don't have in a particular route sufficient data to get the offshore in completely reviewed just at the dock with the captain. And so there's a number of times where we've sent a reconnaissance cruise out to run the route. And usually takes a couple days, 2-3 days. We use an OLEX mapping system and check the area for hard bottom and check for steep slopes. And sometimes it's sort of like that other captain we talked about, where you sort of mow the lawn, you go back and forth trying to find where the slope gets a little more gradual. Just another example of that. This is a couple paths, a couple swaths have been made. This is in fairly deep water, almost 1,200 meters of water here, and found a slope that was acceptable. After this route has been modified and the cable owner has tweaked it to engineered it to be an acceptable route for installing. Then it's sent to a company that is contracted to do a cable route survey. And so this survey will go from end to end of the cable. It starts wherever the cable begins, and it might be a cable that starts in Oregon and goes to Alaska, or maybe starts in California. There's a branch in Oregon and goes to Singapore. But every bit of that route, every meter is surveyed with a high grade of echo sounder. The areas that are planned to be buried, they only bury on the shelves of a continent. So the burial off Oregon usually goes somewhere around 40, sometimes maybe 50 miles off the coast to a point that is a little beyond where the fishing ends. And so in that area where it has to be protected by burial, the survey's even more extensive. And that includes side scan sonar, sub-bottom profiling, so they know not just what's at the seabed, but what's under the seabed, in the seabed. And then they ground tooth that information with core samples, sometimes grab samples, sometimes CPTs, which is, I think, something called a cone pentrometer that pushes a small little tiny rod into the seafloor and measures the resistance. Usually those cable ships have a geomorphologist on board to analyze the data and to review the samples. And the process produces some very detailed charts. Although they're survey vessel, this is the side scan sonar that is towed, and to get the high resolution, this they call it a towfish. This towfish is towed just above the seabed, maybe 25 meters over the seabed. These are the charts. I should have had a better image here, but these darker lines are probably 10-meter intervals, and every meter inside it is shown. So in order to get this kind of resolution, you have the side scan close to the seabed. You have a high quality echo sounder on probably on the hull of the ship, and all this data is combined together. Takes multiple swaths to get a cable route. In shallow water, they might have to make 7 or even 9 trips back and forth along a segment, collecting data in order to build a complete picture wide enough to come up with a complete survey. As the water gets deeper, that the number of passes is less, but still it's usually at least 3 passes, a center line and a wing line pass on each side of it. Just some information that comes back from the towfish, side scan sonar. This is a sub-bottom profiler, which could be on the hull of the ship or could be in the towfish, but you can see it starts at above the seabed and it's measuring down into both the surface and below the surface. So in this case, you can see several layers down many meters. I think this must be probably 15 or 20 meters below the seabed, and this is even deeper. This is a core sample technique. It's basically a pipe with a plastic tube inside of it and sort of a tool on the very end of it that allows the sample to go in but not come back out. So they take just a small sleeve of sample, and they use very precise positioning so that they know precisely where they're sampling at. And then that gets charted as part of the record of the survey. Here's a sample. You can see the tube of mud came up over 6 foot, over 2 meters here. And this is when they take the tube out, they split it and are able to look inside and see what's in it. You see there's just a little bit of life at the surface, but basically down inside there's just, it's mud. After the survey, they take that chart and they realign the cable route, the installed route, the route to install to, and they do the absolute best engineering they can to maximize the efficiency of the installation, the burial, everything. So there's this, I kind of need to emphasize there's a real process of how this evolves, but the post survey, there's still a lot of engineering that goes on with the cable route to make sure that it's the best it can possibly be. And then the cable is built to that route. So then it goes to the manufacturer and they say we need armored cable of this type for this stretch and maybe a different type of armoring for another stretch. And once it gets out past the fishing grounds, the cable shown here on the left is unarmored cable. And it's really basically the size of a garden hose. And that's the bulk of the cable going across the ocean to China or Hawaii or Alaska. In deep water where there's no fishing occurring, it's all of this real lightweight cable. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Scott. There is a question in the chat from Jamie Faraday. Are there instances where rocky surfaces on the shelf cannot be avoided, and how are these treated?
Yeah, there's one case where we had a cable that, because of the location of the landing station, we had one cable that we worked with that had to install over rocky ground, and they did a lot of work with a survey company ahead of time trying to find the most optimal way to do that. And they did avoid, while it's a area of rock, there's rocky ridges in that area that they were able to avoid. And I think the proof in the quality of the job they did is that cable has not failed. AT&T, this is before OFCC was involved, AT&T laid some cables in the same area, and they had numerous problems with cables breaking. And the OFCC cable that's there has not had one fault to my knowledge. So it's not an ideal place to put a cable, but they had to for reasons of backhaul. And as we've seen by practice, they did a good job. It came out better than I could have expected.
Scott, do you think it would be fair to say that it wasn't the rock surface itself that caused the problem, but the slope of the rock that was more of a impact to the cable? Or
I think AT&T's problems were primarily because there's sort of some ridges that form sort of on sort of parallel to the coastline, and the ridges fill up with sand. So at times, maybe when they did a survey, they may have seen all sand there, but then in that area, there's some sand migration. And so when the sand moves away and the cable was suspended across these ridges, what would happen is it would chafe, and so they'd get damage to the outer armoring. And I think in some cases they actually had a shunt fault where it tripped a circuit breaker, so to speak, where they could no longer use it till they repaired it. So I think the thing that was most problematic was just these ridges that are oriented north-south, and then when the sand was away, then they were sort of suspended between them. So I think maybe due to the currents in that area, they had a little more sand movement than normal. I know I was on an AT&T ship when they installed the second pair of those cables, and when we went back to where they originally put the bores in, I think in the fairly early 90s, and they put 4 bores in, but they only put 2 cables in. When we came back to put the second 2 cables in, the bores were under so much sand that it actually took over a week just to excavate enough sand to get to where the pipe was. It was buried. So there's just that particular part had a lot of sand movement.
Natalia?
Thank you so much, Scott, for your presentation. It was really informative. I have a question. So you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that you have this memorandum of understanding or agreement with the company or contractor. So I'm wondering, did you have any situation in the past when a company, let's say, didn't follow the agreements? Because it's volunteer, it's not legal, non-legally binding. So an interpretation could be different, and some companies saying, well, it's volunteer, we should not follow that. This is just, of course, based only on trust between fishery association and those company. But I'm wondering if you had something in the past, something like this, where you had those challenges with company under agreement, memorandum of understanding, and how did you address those challenges? Some solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. I probably didn't make it clear, but there's actually a memorandum of understanding initially that then is followed with an actual agreement, which is a binding agreement. So that's the second step. Basically, the memorandum is sort of the let's get started, let's get the work done, because a lot of these projects have a timeline, and so while we're working towards getting the agreement written up and finalized, we're operating under an MOU, which is actually an MOU is binding in the sense that we agree to study the cable, to provide the route to some expert fishermen, give them feedback. They agree to pay us for that work. But to answer the bigger question that you're asking, no, we have not had any cases where our cable owners have not been cooperative. We've found the cable owners to be very, very good to work with. Just say universally, they're sometimes we make recommendations, and can think of one case we made a recommendation that they didn't follow, but generally speaking, when we're working with a cable owner, we've had tremendous cooperation. And I think I'm not trying to pat myself on the back here, but what the cable owners realize is the level of burial here in Oregon is by far better than the average installation around the globe. So what we have here, because of the way we do it, I believe, because we have people with firsthand knowledge providing input on the route, we get a better quality of burial, and we push harder. I think because we're on board the ship, we're on the survey ship, we say, well, this small, we had one survey where the survey showed a good route, all except for one area, they couldn't bury it. And we said, I'm sorry, that doesn't work for the fishing industry. We need a route that's fully bearable. And we just essentially threw away that route and redid it. Now, the way we do things now with advanced work with the ship's plotters at the dock, we wouldn't have that same situation anymore. But it just shows the respect that they had for our concerns of the fishing industry to having invested, some days in a survey to give that up and go to an alternate route that had to be checked.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Scott. There was a question that in the chat that maybe you can answer better, Scott. What's the current number of cable landings in Oregon? Andy did provide the map, but you have indicated in the past that there's kind of a different number than what the map shows right now. So
Landings areas, 1, 2. Looks like about 7 or 8 different sites or areas that have cables land at them right now in the state of Oregon. And that would include the new bore pipes in south of Newport for the PAC wave installation.
excellent. Thank you. Susan Chambers, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Scott, great presentation. I always learn something from you every time I see one of your presentations, and it still amazes me that those little tiny cables can go all the way across the ocean and transmit so much information. I had 2 questions for you though. One, what are you and OFCC doing to prepare for some of the larger cables that may be coming, with offshore energy? Because I know those are going to be a lot bigger or have to be a lot bigger than the smaller cables that we've had in the past. And 2, just, and I may have missed this in your presentation because I had to take a phone call. Can you characterize for me how your work is also being done in other states? I know there's some cable committees in California. Can you give us an idea of what is the same and what is different?
Second, I got a phone ringing here. Let me bury it. The first question has to do with larger cables. We have been discussing it internally. We haven't had any cable owner approach us asking for membership because there's no cables close to being laid yet, still early in the process. I would say that it's likely the OFCC would be willing to take on the role of working with power cables the same way we work with telecommunications and science cables. We have one science cable network right now that's installed off Oregon, and they're a member of the OFCC, and the others are all telecommunications data cables. But my guess is we will be willing to work with anyone that is interested in landing a cable in Oregon. And the second question, could you remind me again, Susan?
All right, yes. I had a question about how your organization works with other similar organizations like in California, and are there any significant differences? I guess what I was really getting at with that question is what the work you do in Oregon, is it a lot different from what takes place in California? And how is that, I guess just how is it different?
In my understanding, the difference is we do a lot more. I mean, the role of the cable committee could be a lot of things, and in our case, it is a lot of things. We work extensively on getting the cable in the right spot. That's what all of this route planning presentation was about. But once the cable's in, then we also work with the cable owner to distribute that information to the fishing fleet. So we have meetings up and down the Oregon coast with fishermen, and invite them into a luncheon, give them a slideshow about the new cable that just got put in, and give them a thumb drive with data for their plotter so they have the information readily available to them. What the hotline numbers are for the cable. We part of our agreements is we require that there's a 24-hour manned hotline where a fisherman could call if he had a problem, if he hung up and was near a cable. We want assurance that there'll be somebody that can pick up the phone any hour, day or night, to say, okay, we see where you're at. We'll work with them on it. We work with fishermen when they hang up. If they hang up and they're close to a cable, a lot of times they're hung up just on a mud bank in the seabed. But if you're close to a cable, you don't know that. You know you're hung up and you're stuck close to a cable. You have to assume, and we train our Oregon fishermen, that if you're near a cable, your first assumption should be you might be on a cable. You can't do anything that's going to damage the cable, and that isn't just our rule. That's part of federal law and international law for mariners to do what is necessary to protect a cable. So we train that to our fishermen. That's another one of our rules. But as far as the rules of other committees, I don't believe others work as extensively as we do in working on the route. Maybe they'll take that on, but we found early on that getting the survey in the right spot is the most important thing that we can do to get a good installation. The companies, once they do the survey, they get it the absolute best way they can in that swath that they've surveyed. But if that survey isn't in the right spot to get good burial, then they'll just do the best they can with what's in the survey route. So it's really up to us to make sure that where they do that survey is in an area that will be able to have full burial.
Thank you, Scott. Blake?
Blake, we are not hearing you. You may be double muted. Okay, 1 second.
Why don't you
Let's-
ask your question, Andy?
Yeah, Scott, I just wanted to thank you for the flashback to my previous life as a grad student looking at seafloor sonar data, side scan sonar data, sub-bottom profiles. It really does demonstrate the methodical methods that are applied to planning and actually installation of a cable. I didn't so much have a question. It's a statement that this really is a great success story to the idea of compatible ocean uses and industries that need to use the ocean coming to agreement and working together to solve those problems. What struck me again at the beginning of your presentation was this mindset that, hey, we're going to occupy this use of ocean space, so you just are going to need to avoid it. Our state policy, Goal 19, and the Territorial Sea Plan have been developed over time to really forward the idea that compatible ocean uses and sustainable ocean uses over the long term is what Oregonians want. So maintaining clean bottoms, or burial of the full route of the cable where fishing occurs, and having that be a requirement as a part of our plan, that highlights the work that you have done and the leadership that you have provided to the state over time. And I just wanted to pause a moment and thank you for that work. but also to recognize and let the rest of the group know that that really is the model that we want to move forward in the future. For any new cables, we'd like to remain consistent with this practice, because we do want to have an ocean where we do share it, that the uses where it's possible to be compatible are kind of enforced to be that way. So I'll step off my soapbox, but I wanted to call that out to the group because I think it's remarkable, given Oregon was one of the first states on the West Coast where we really started landing a lot of cables, and I think that was due to our approach.
Thank you,
will say-
Andy. Oh, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Just a quick comment. When we first formed, the company was WCI Cable that we had this first agreement with. And honestly, we got feedback that it wasn't very popular in the cable industry. It was seen as this cable owner giving up their rights to a bunch of fishermen in Oregon. And why would they do that? And it wasn't seen as a very good thing. In fact, one of the commenters from this international organization that works with cable owners, the attorney said, you know, this could become custom and practice if this gets replicated, of having to work with the fishing industry. But if you go forward now, 20 some years, I think we're 25 years this year since the agreement started, we see cable owners really seeing the benefits of this. We get, you know, like I said, we did a paper for a big trade industry conference called Suboptic in New Orleans a few years ago. One of my other board members who's he is in charge of the marine program at Woods Hole, and he's our technical advisor on the OFCC. He and I authored a paper that we gave a lot of data. And one of the things that we presented in the paper was that our burial rate in the fishing grounds was 99.907%. So 99.9% burial in the fishing grounds. That really means that other industries that want to use the seabed have very, very minimal impacts from the cable.
Thank you, Scott. I just wanted to bring up Blake put in the chat that he was just going to mention that DSL has 16 active cable easements in the territorial sea. This includes the PacWave cable. And then Joanne?
Hi, yes, I didn't really have a question either. I just wanted to add, you know, as for Google, we land cables, multiple cables in California, and we collaborate with all the fishermen where our cables land. But I do want to point out that Oregon has been exceptional, the OFCC and Scott McMullen in collaboration. And we really enjoyed collaborating with Scott. I want to thank Scott for including a picture of me from a decade ago, so much more complimentary. But that is, we just thoroughly enjoyed working with Scott on that cable, because as cable owners, we want to make sure our cable is put in the best location where it will not get damaged, it will not get hit. And so if we can work with fishermen to get that route just right, and hopefully, knock on wood, we have in Oregon, we just really enjoyed the experience. I really enjoy working with the OFCC.
Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne. And with that, I think, unless there are any other questions real quickly, we are scheduled for a break. So let me share my screen here. And we will take a break for 15 minutes and come back at 10:16. Hey everyone, when you're back, just give us a thumbs up or turn on your camera or let us know in the chat. Thank you, Joanne and Lene. Well, before we jump in again, it looks like we had at least one person join. So Sarah Absher, can you introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, yes, thank you, Marcus. Good morning. My name is Sarah Absher. I'm the director of the Tillamook County Department of Community Development. And I apologize for being late this morning, Marcus. I had a meeting that ran over just past 9.
No worries. Thank you for being here. We do have a couple other people. Jeff Burright.
Hi, good morning. Just listening in. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Jason Searman.
Good morning, everybody. Been following along prior meetings and was late this morning. Had another meeting, but happy to be here. Might say a few words if something jumps out at me during the review of the drafts, but otherwise mostly here just to listen, and maybe if there's any energy questions, happy to help. I noticed Jason Bush is also probably an energy resource, so thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. Stan Dynack.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Stan Dynack here. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Great, okay. I'm joining from Microsoft. We have the NCP cable system, and so I'm joining for that, and anything future might, just listening in, might have some comments around the public time when that's open. But otherwise, I appreciate everything here.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, everyone. And we will get started. If I can get my PowerPoint to work. And you'll have to excuse me, I'm getting over a bug here. So I'm sorry if I have a little bit of sniffles or coughs throughout this. So jumping back in, this is reviewing, looking over the draft amendments, kind of going through the structure and background. Here's the table of contents that I prepared using the headings from the original Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. Originally, there was no table of contents, just headings. So this is what I had put together in the beginning of our meetings. And then here on the right-hand side is an updated table of contents to reflect the draft amendments as they stand right now. And side by side with the one that I had prepared earlier. And on this page is the updated one, as well as the one that was proposed by DSL. So this is what DSL proposed in their document. I sent that document as well as the associated recommended draft amendments from them with the other meeting materials. In most cases, I included folks' comments and suggestions in the draft amendments, but in the case with the DSL recommendations, they were pretty extensive changes to kind of the base structure of the document. So I wanted to send that out as a standalone document so that everyone would have a chance to look at it. I hope everybody had an opportunity to review that. But I thought that this would be a good time to allow DSL a space to talk about their suggestions. So if Blake or Natalia would like to kind of discuss what they were proposing, now would be a really good time for that.
Hey, Natalia, if you don't mind, I'm still having some technical difficulties. Can you provide what Marcus is requesting, and I'll fill in any gaps, but I'm having some issues with my computer, so hold on.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. So yeah, thank you, Marcos, for including this document. And yeah, on behalf of DSL, we proposed this draft. Let's say before we can draft any text. I mean, it's logical to have structure and main purpose, what we are doing and why, because we have a diverse members in these groups that has different knowledge, understanding, and etc. So it's just good to agree what we are working with and which section should be included, what information should be included under each, let's say, chapter, and etc. So, and we developed this structure. You can see like in attached document that Marcus sent early with the other materials that there is some detail under each chapter, what should be included. That was just original idea and thoughts. And this structure DSL prepare based on the research report that Ryan prepared with the DLCD, and also analysis of all international requirements and international conventions that now actually developing with telecommunication cables, and also which will come up in the nearest future, probably renewable energy and particular offshore wind energy. Considering the last meeting of the US Department of Energy, where they did gap analysis for developing offshore wind energy in the Pacific coast. And actually, one of the main gap was interregional coordination between California, Washington, Oregon. And what is really very interesting that Oregon has 3 times more potential for offshore wind energy than California. But knowing that California has really, let's say, established cooperation, particularly with Europe on offshore wind energy. I know this because this is part of my doctoral dissertation. So it's just good to have this interregional cooperation, including telecommunication cables and considering future come up with renewable energy. So this is a draft structure, and please give your comments also, maybe what should be deleted, what should be included, and etc. And Marcus can lead this. The only thing that I really want to address, it's confusing me a lot, and I talk with other people as well. Table of content, we have A, telecommunication cables, pipelines, and other utilities. So there is only A that combines so many different type of cables with different environmental and technological risks. So I'm wondering if, first of all, we can break down, or I don't know how to amend this, let's say, logic A, B, C, D, how we should deal with that, because it's really confusing, and I got from other people the same feedback that if it's A, it should be somehow B or C, or we just need to rephrase this differently. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Blake, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of mention and kind of reiterate what Natalia is saying, is that telecommunication cables, pipelines, and other utilities, they pose different risks to the resource. They have different installation methods. What may be beneficial to installing a cable may not be the best practice for installing a pipeline. So one of the intentions for the draft kind of table of contents that we provided was to break those up into different sections: a telecommunication cable section, pipelines, and then perhaps other utilities sections, so that we can kind of prevent making an overgeneralized assessment of what is a beneficial practice that may not work out so well when implementing for a pipeline versus a cable. So happy to discuss further.
Oh, Marcus, one more remark I want to edit. So also the structure, when we wrote, we tried to consider, actually in Ryan report, there is appendix from International Cable Commission and also International Convention, suggestion for national and subnational governance, what should be considering for cable development project. So we tried to put this under this structure, and of course it should not, even if it seems like too detailed, but this is just, we should not address some very deeply those details, because the main issue of Part 4 Territorial Sea Plan to give a reference, what should we do, where should we search information, and how should we react in that particular situation, and coordination and communication if something happened. And particular decommissioning, recycling, or recovery, whatever is going right now on the international level. Many countries try to do this as a compulsory for decommissioning cables, and there are a lot of discussion about that. So it's just good to include in the latest innovation and development practices. Well, we're thinking that probably maximum for the structure territorial sea plan, it should be like 15, 20 pages, that maximum. So it should not be so much detail. And appendixes, whatever we decide to include. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Blake. Does anyone have anything to add or any thoughts about this? I guess I have some a question about it that I would kind of like to bring up, and that is, if we do, I agree that it is kind of confusing to have this part A with telecommunications, cables, pipelines, and other utilities wrapped into one. But if we do split those off, it's kind of beyond the scope of what the House bill has put forth for us to do in this working group meeting. I think it's beyond the scope and beyond the time frame that we have allowed to us to propose amendments that would be. So I just don't know that we have the time to go into each of those sections and look at them, because we don't have the time to do the background information, the background knowledge that we've done with telecommunications and power cables, like with Ryan's report. So I feel like it would kind of leave pipelines and other utilities as this orphan that has this language that may not pertain to it, but we also don't have really the time or ability to dive really deeply into those to make it to where it's not sitting with this orphan language. So that's kind of an issue that I see with that.
No, Marcus, yeah. Do you want to go?
Oh, go ahead.
Totally agree. I mean, the meaning here that it's really confusing, saying A and we put all together. But yes, you're right that House bill address only telecommunication cables, and it's not the purpose that we should develop the same structure or something for separate, like oil and gas pipelines and other utilities. Or maybe we can delete A and just leave telecommunication cables, pipelines, and other utilities, and make a note that this amendment most relate to telecommunication cables. I mean, in some way, yeah, we don't need to add information about pipelines and other utility, but just to make clear that this is related to telecommunication cables based on the House Bill 2603. That could be like in purpose, objective, I don't know, background, that this is only to these, but like A and putting all together and there is no BC, it just, automatically brain thinking, wow, it should be some logically continue for other cables. It's just confusing.
Yeah, I can definitely see your point there. Scott, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just looking back at House Bill 2603 enrolled, and it does say that, we are to look at the OPAC, and we're a subset of OPAC in the sense that we're a working group for them, shall develop recommendations for amendments to the part of the Territorial Sea Plan that addresses placement of cables, pipelines, and other utilities in the Territorial Sea. So I don't think we're going against the legislative directive if we do include just pipelines. And I mean, I understand, I kind of agree with Blake that having a section for pipelines is probably prudent. We have pipelines in our sea, they're ocean outfalls. I don't think we have to, I don't think we have a whole lot of new terms to add to that, but I think we should be ready to have a section on it anyway. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Blake.
Yeah, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but something that kind of illustrates this point is, when I was looking at the edits to the territorial sea plan that you provided, Marcus, in the burial section, we state in state waters, all cables, pipelines, and other fixtures crossing or affixed to state lands, et cetera, shall be buried so as to ensure continuous burial. And I know that we say unless the approving state agency make findings that burial cannot be practically achieved, or that the adverse effects of not burying the cable, pipeline, or et cetera can't be avoided. But one of the issues here would be that it is preferential to bury a cable, but depending on the pipeline, and it would not be preferential to bury a pipeline, because if you have a risk of whatever in the pipeline getting out into the ocean, you want to be able to see that, and that actually can be seen better if it's above ground. And if you're inspecting it, it's easier to access if the pipeline is not buried. And I'm not an expert in pipelines, and honestly, we don't have a pipeline that crosses the territorial sea. I think in the world, the largest pipeline, undersea pipeline, is the Nord Stream, and that's 1,200 kilometers. So, if current technology gets us 1,200 kilometers undersea, like you need 5,000 to cross the territorial sea, and you still got to go the rest of the Pacific Ocean. So, I think the pipelines we'll see are like Scott said, outfalls, right, for sanitary districts or things of that nature, or perhaps, something that goes from one state to another within the territorial sea. But the main point is that, those best practices are going to be different for cables, for pipelines. It's going to be really dependent on the use and what you're trying to install. And so if we're making recommendations based on what we think about telecommunication cables, we're really going to make it more difficult to properly regulate pipelines and other utility fixtures.
Thank you, Blake. Natalia?
Yeah, I agree with Scott, and I'm just looking at House Bill again. Yes, we don't need to delete pipelines and other utility. Is there? It's just not developing in more details, but House Bill specifically address fiber optical cables, because we had this situation in the past with different company, why we need to address that. So it's still there, pipelines and other utilities, and maybe at later stage, we will need to do amendment for different pipelines. So the main point just to really divide that this amendment address, and whatever we are working on specific text, only telecommunication cables, and pipelines could be like one small, we can leave the same text put under B, or like differently some notes, and we don't amend pipelines and other utilities. We can add something if with future development with the offshore wind farm and power transport cables, this issue will rise, so that the territorial sea plan part 4 could be amendment in that regards. But just really because requirements are different for pipelines, like oil and gas. I worked as a consultant for that, for different projects. It's completely different environmental risks, and now hydrogen or LPG will coming up. So we just need to leave the space for future amendment for different pipelines and utilities. And be clear that this amendment we are doing for telecommunication cables. But yeah, we don't need to delete those pipelines and other utility because it's in House bill.
Yeah, I just want to note and kind of echo what Laurel said in the chat, that the House bill says electricity or light for the definition of undersea cables. So it's also power transmissions cables that we're talking about here. But
so just quick question in this regard, maybe it would be really useful to provide some definitions, acronyms. I mean, what do you mean by telecommunication cables here, pipelines and other utilities, so that can add some clarities what we are looking at.
thank you. Does anyone else have anything else to add? Mike Graybill?
I would just offer my support to this discussion. Even if these revisions fail to address electric power transmission cables, it won't matter to the people proposing to do that type of work. So if it's this discussion of orphan language that fails to address electric power cables, the whole intent of this territorial sea plan is to anticipate varying types of activities. And as one who has been a student recently of offshore wind energy development, it's very clear that the cabling arrays that are associated with offshore wind are fundamentally different than the nature of telecommunications cables. And in which case I would completely support the idea of breaking out these into separate sections, because there's going to be unique characteristics associated with power transmission cables, be they generated on from shore to shore locations where they would be using the sea as a transmission route from two shore points, or from a generator that would be located at sea and transmitting power to shore. There's a proliferation of that going on in Europe right now, where there are power cables going from country to country, from shore point to shore point. But there's also proliferation of generation taking place at sea that is then transmitted to shore. The characteristics of the burial characteristics of these undersea cables, the inspection requirements are very different and have their own requirements. The scale of the cabling is very different. The routing is very different as well. So there's also cabling, if we're talking about at sea power, that raised a question in my mind. If we're talking about generating power at sea, there'll actually be electric transmission cables suspended in the water column that would be moving to surface generating sources to the seafloor, and then perhaps back up to substations. So I think there's a completely different suite of circumstances associated with likely power transmission that would be quite different than telecommunications. The other thing I would point out is that many of these power transmission cables also incorporate fiber optic telecommunications. So it's not just simply an electrical power transmission cable, it's a bundled transmission and communications cable that are being installed for these wind farms.
Thank you, Mike. Scott?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring out something that maybe most of us haven't thought of, but I had a call from a developer who is interested in creating a pipeline from Oregon to California delivering freshwater, a freshwater pipeline. So if you can believe that, he's kind of an Elon Musk type guy. He's got crazy, wild ideas, but anyway, we need to be prepared to think of all kinds of things that we've never encountered before.
Thank you, Scott. Ryan?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on that. I think generally if we wanted to break telecom versus power out in separate sections, it would make sense as long as we were prepared to be a little bit more granular for the sake of the territorial C plan. Because I do think that from a best practices perspective, while there's certainly differences in between power infrastructure and telecoms infrastructure, the actual routing, I would argue the actual routing, placement, and construction methodologies are actually quite similar between the two. And that's further confirmed by the best practices or technical guidelines that CGREG just put out on power cable placement and installation. So, I mean, in my own consulting work, I work on both telecoms and power cables, and certainly would not argue that there are differences, especially with the application. But from like a physical infrastructure component, I would argue there's more similarities than there are differences. I do think that once you start getting into, you know, the capability of you know, floating power generation or suspended cables or various specific applications of power cables, that's where it starts to deviate even more. But I'm not really sure that the territorial C plan is meant to contemplate all of the permutations from a technology standpoint that could be envisioned off the coast. Whereas I think just generally from an implementation perspective and permitting perspective, that there's a lot of overlap. So, you know, while they can be different sections, you know, I think that from a physical infrastructure perspective, they actually could, you know, be well suited to be in the same section if that were the way forward.
Thank you, Ryan. Natalia?
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, this actually issue, if you look on the chapter 4, I think implementation requirements under the structure, we put the crossing cables. So this is the area and place where we can address actually connection, you know, and any interaction between power cables and telecommunication cables. So it will be there. And we can break down, we can make it not break down, leave like without A just, but at least we need to point it out that what related telecommunication cables, and we need to emphasize that risks and some requirements, inspection requirements would be differently for other type of pipelines and cables, and make maybe some reference for rules and legislation. So just give that space and be clear what relate to what type of cables. But again, for in implementation requirements, I think we put this under sea cable routing and landing. Crossing cables could be addressed here is like place to for coordination between different types of cables and pipelines.
An idea that came up in some conversations at DLCD regarding some of these sections. I think that, you know, Ryan spent a considerable amount of time putting together the best practices report, and we could include that report as an appendix and refer to it within the document. As opposed to rewriting entire sections. That's just an idea. Natalia?
Yeah, I would be interested to hear other opinion, but here is, let's say, from legislative perspective, if we include something as appendix, we give a space for interpretation, whatever it is, it's just appendix. I mean, Ryan prepared really very good information, and at least this is in my view, that information should be used to incorporate in the policy development in the part of the territorial C plan, not just attach saying that this is research but incorporate how we can use that research and best practice to amend part 4 of the territorial C. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Natalia. Any other thoughts? All right, I'm not seeing anybody's hands raised, so we can move on, and I will take note of this conversation when making the next draft of amendments. So just kind of stepping back, I used the table of contents that I prepared based on the draft amendments, kind of from here on out through these slides, and I'll kind of be circling areas within that to kind of show us where we are in a more granular way, so that we kind of know what section we're talking about as we're talking about it. So here in the background, the only changes, there was a change and a comment. The comment during the third working group meeting, it was noted that the background section should be updated to include newer technologies such as hydrogen fuel, offshore energy, and those other types of new technologies. And then there was the change from division to Department of State Lands. Does anyone have anything that they would like to see in the background section in more detail? Any thoughts about this section?
Yeah, Marcus, this is Chris.
Go ahead,
with
Chris.
DEQ, and I'm madly searching for my raise hand icon. I couldn't find it, so I thought I'd jump right in. Couple things. I totally agree with updating some of the language here, to address some of the advances in not only technologies, but also, installation procedures, et cetera, because, we're seeing an increase in activity. And of course, that's why we're talking here. But we need to address sort of a forward-looking statement to capture, the anticipated increase in subfloor development for cabling. The other thing is I also want to insert Department of Environmental Quality in the list of state agencies that need to be consulted here. Most of the activity that would occur with cable installation does require a Army Corps 404 permit, and that would trigger 401 certification review from us. So I just wanted to insert that there. On a couple projects, we've there's been some uncertainty on that, and just to decrease potential delays with project approval, we want everybody on board.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. Any other thoughts on this section? Jonathan Allen?
So this is not my area of expertise by any means, but I'm just curious, and it's come up a couple of times now where there have been references to other types of utilities. And the most obvious one here that was raised was ocean outfalls. And so it's a little unclear to me, does this part of the territorial sea plan address outfalls? Is this an explicit part of this documentation? Just a clarification on that point, because again, I think going back to the broader conversations about how this entire document be laid out, and yes, there's a lot of emphasis on telecommunication cables and electrical conduits right now, and that's where the focus is. But definitely, just from a forward-thinking standpoint, I do think we need to be mindful of those other types of utilities similar to the previous discussions, and so I would advocate for separating out those components, and if we can't address them all right now, that should be something that be up for future review at some point in time. But again, just reading through the section on policies, I mean, there's definitions that start to crop out in there that relate to very much the telecommunications side of things, without reference to some of these other types of conduits. And so again, just it needs to be clearer in that respect, because I think right now it's very unclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mike Graybill.
Well, let me respond to Jonathan. Yes, I think this does apply to pipelines and or outfalls or other utilities. I think this section of the Territorial Sea Plan was designed to try and get at many of the uses of the seafloor and the compatibilities within that use and the Goal 19 state policy for ocean resources. So I'm hearing through the conversation today that one, we need to keep pipelines and other utilities in mind as we are making this amendment. Certainly, we may not have the same level of detail and background that can inform the recommendations that we make, and maybe that's something that we can flag for the Ocean Policy Advisory Council to focus on in the future. So yes, this does apply. In my tenure as a professional, I have not seen any new applications for outfalls or permits, and maybe that's because of the lifetime of the permit that's associated with those resources. It would be something worth looking into, how often those types of permits and or uses are reviewed as a whole from a state perspective, because that can give us a sense of potential magnitude of action in the future. But I'm hearing we should continue to keep them in. I'm hearing there's confusion with just some of the formatting of this part of the Territorial Sea Plan. So hierarchical organization is not the strong point of this chapter, and I think we could fix that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would just support this discussion that's going on, but also just have a bit of a process question. This is structured as this draft, and now we're beginning to summarize the comments that were received on this draft, but we have this other proposal on the table to sort of carve out that and leave part A to be focused on telecommunications, and then perhaps have a document that would address in separate sections, parts B and C, other power transmission cables, for example, or pipelines or other utilities. I would just offer that that as these technologies emerge, the proponents of projects will come forward and propose to use them, whether there's policies in place or not. I think the fact that this document focuses on telecommunications is an absolute affirmation of that fact. The telecommunications companies showed up to say we want to put a cable here, and Oregon just went, well. I think we could well expect the same to be the case for these other categories of uses of the seafloor, and I think it is highly advisable, regardless of the level of detail that's provided in this next iteration of this plan, that we build a framework that can add meat to the bones of these other technologies that are uses of the seafloor, that we can clearly see being deployed elsewhere, and Oregon should say how it wants to address those uses in its territorial sea.
Thank you, Mike. I just wanted to capture from the chat, Laurel Hillman stated, I think we need to tweak the first paragraph to address electricity, and also regarding what Jonathan said, the outfalls are an existing use that should have a nod if that is the intent to capture all of these things in this chapter. Thank you for that, Laurel. Blake?
Yeah, I just gonna, I believe Andy was wondering how often we end up reviewing those. And as far as from DSL, easements are concerned, those outfalls and cable easements would get, are on a 20 to 30 year timeline, so that's their term. So the outfalls for the, water conservation districts or drainage districts rather would, come up for review in the 20 to 30 year time frame. So not very often. Takes a while.
Laurel?
Oh, I put my comment in the chat, but I was just pointing out that my written comments were predated the comments about separating out the different uses, and I would agree with that if it's cleaner as well. And then some sort of catch-all language would be helpful for those other types of things that aren't, in one of those categories, but that could happen. I think we did that in part 5 somehow. I'd have to go back and look at the language, but we knew we didn't know all the things that could happen, but we wanted to capture that. And I would have to look to see what kind of general language we put in there.
Thank you, Laurel. Scott McMullen?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think just from an organizational standpoint, the background should be broad and cover lots of, possible uses, some that are current, some that are potential future uses. Maybe we just take away a telecommunication, just write ocean utilities background, and then below a background, then you could have individual sections on telecommunications, on pipelines, and on pipelines sub points for ocean outfalls as a type of a pipeline, where we could potentially see some other pipelines down the road. But I think from organizational standpoint, the background, really just applies to everything. And then if we break things out, that's where we want to have further lower down in the document.
Thank you, Scott. Blake?
I am not hearing Blake speak, so Blake, are you muted? Or was that an old hand? Oh, wow. I didn't realize I was muted. My apologies. I just wanted to express, agreement that, we should be splitting up the cables, pipelines, other utilities as best we can. And then, what Laurel said is provides, catch-all language. I think that's really important that we, have, that we address some way or address how exactly we plan to address, proposed uses that we can't think of right now that we know we're going to get, and we don't have, language on how to properly review it. So obviously we can't know the future and know everything about the future, but we can at least create some sideboards that can help us deal with any of those unknown applications that may just fall in our lap.
Thank you, Blake. Just wanted to capture from the chat. Oh, well, Natalia is going to talk now, so I'll let her speak. Go ahead, Natalia.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just put in the chat that we should consider that 2002, the amendment was done for this part 4, so nobody knew that how the things would be developed and what international development and system requirements. So of course we need to consider what is going right now and what priority for new government would be, particular for renewable energy and etc. But I want to talk because I hear several times about structure and separation. Maybe we just, because we start again to talk about already text, maybe we should just come back to the structure and agree really what section should be there. Because now we're talking about that background should be related to all pipelines and etc. And in document that DSL submitted draft outline, you can see that background related to all pipelines. If you come to the detail, let's say 2.1, international law and treaty obligations, so we can address here renewable energy, telecommunication cable, and etc. But under 2.2, under sea cable system development, we put that actually this is background could be about general cable system design in Oregon, and cable system distance, cable connection, cable crossing, including oil and gas pipelines, offshore wind installation, ownership, operator, landing points, and station. So we consider here, basically, we can put in this section general related to all pipelines. So because it's hard to discuss like text, we just, you know, I know, not wasting time, but basically we start to draft the text without agreement on how the structure should look like and what should be in it under each section. So this is just comments. So, I mean, you have this, well, let's say we should clearly define what is the state's perspective, purpose, goal, objective, outcomes, how we will measure that, what we expected from this based on the House bill. Then it's clear in which direction we are basically moving. And from that point, we can draft general backgrounds because it should not be too long. Like this background could be 2-3 pages, and we just can address different pipelines, what legislation in place. So as a policy here for part 4, we need to connect different points to combine them together using the Ryan latest best practice and Degami also doing that. And put it together with the development of policy. What issues should we expect and how should we address that? Any applicants or company that will come, they can read this part 4 and be clear what other rules should be considered in the future. So we are not explicitly describe everything here, but we are making point of reference and how to connect that and what should be considered, what should be not, what to expect in case if A happen or B happen, and we have plan A, B, C, D in case emergency or something happen with different type of pipelines. And at the same time, leave the space for amendment for any future coming up project that would be developing and company will come here. Because honestly, like from legislative perspective, Oregon is much more let's say favorable place than California, because I'm doing analysis for DSL permitting process, easement authorization, comparison with California and Washington. So that's why many companies come in here. So we need to give that space and address also all those. So my proposal will be really agree first the structure, what should be there, what should be not, and then we can draft the text. And I'm happy to write any of the chapters to help for before the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalia. Does anyone else have thoughts on that?
Yeah, Marcus, I'd really like to just kind of spend some time and go around the room with our working group members to kind of get the feeling of the group on kind of the expansion of the table of contents to include these other sections. And in general, I agree that we should we should be forward looking as we think about this amendment. We should try and incorporate as much detail as possible in the areas where we're prepared to do so, but leave, some high level general policy guidance for these other instances where, we may not be ready to make those kinds of recommendations. So, do you want to kind of ping pong to our different members to get their thoughts on the approach that Natalia recommended?
Yeah, we can do that. And I'll just go down the list here that I have on my side. So let's start with Scott McMullen.
Yeah, I agree with Natalia. I think it's important to have something in the document. Maybe it isn't as fleshed out as we'd maybe prefer. I don't think we need a big background on things that haven't happened yet or are unlikely to happen. But it still is good to have the policy in place so that if those new uses come up, we can point to a policy and say, well, here's what it says we need to. And I think the basic concept, I mean, Amendment 4 was written clear back in 2000 to address cables and make sure that cables and fishing were compatible. And I think the true background is they looked at the OFCC agreement that was submitted as part of a permit application, and a lot of Part 4 came from the concept that was in that first or that cable agreement that was submitted with a application for a cable called Southern Cross. So just I'm supportive of having something in place that just says here's the basic concept, and we don't have to have every bit of information about the future use, just a basic principle of avoid conflicts and that sort of thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Jonathan Allen.
I'm in agreement with Natalia's comments here. I think the direction she has laid out in the proposed table looks very comprehensive, and I think it obviously is going to address the most pressing need, which is dealing with telecommunication and listening to Ryan. It sounds like even potentially electrical conduits as well. And then if I understand correctly, there would be a second section that would cover other types of utilities and other types of future to be determined capabilities that would be much more general. Is that the correct interpretation?
I believe so, but I can't speak for Natalia.
Oh, it's a question to me. Well, here is, let's say, in this structure, if you see like the main points under each section, more detailed document, not just this first page, we're addressing interconnection with other pipelines, but we need to really agree with this A. We can leave here A as telecommunication cables, pipeline, and other utilities, and then combine all together, or we can separate. You see, like it's 50-50, all members thinking how to deal with that, or we can separate telecommunication cables and pipelines and other utility, let's say under B. But a lot of issue addressed here, it's not this structure only related to telecommunication cables, because there are connection incorporated in this subsection. And even if it looks like too much detail, each of the subsection should not be long. It should be like half a page or 1 page for a chapter. So the main point that if any person look at this structure first, Open Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, it can clear. If I want to see purpose, I am going to here. If I want to see what's happened on the state level, I am going to that chapter. But it's like half a page for each of that subsection. It should not be long. We just give reference points where to find information, how it should look like. So, but again, we should decide with this A, B, how we combine telecommunication cables and pipelines and other utility under separate section, or bring them together, and then coming from that, and then adjust structure based on that.
Thank you, Natalia. Did that answer your question, Jonathan?
Yes, I think we just need agreement and consensus from the group to actually, accept that approach, which is, separate, either combining them as they are, I guess, right now, or separating them out into their different components. And then somehow we need to be able to bring them all back together to address other possibilities in the future. But I mean, again, I think what Natalia's laid out here as a potential structure, I think looks very comprehensive from the standpoint of telecommunication cables, etc. Then obviously for other types of utilities, not all of this is going to be filled in right now, and it's something that could be addressed in time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jamie Faraday?
I'm a wee bit confused, but I generally concur with Natalia and Jonathan in that this is fairly comprehensive, and that I'm just trying to go through any scenarios that with the different types of cabling, utilities, pipelines, how they could be construed as not being covered by this, but I'm not an expert in this, so it is. I think what we have here is good, and that's, as I said, I'm a wee bit confused about how to tease it out later on when a company comes calling, but I leave it up to the wordsmithers.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Like I hear several times, this is comprehensive. So what do you mean by comprehensive? Let's say if I'm not non-expert in this and I'm coming to Oregon, I want to know what, as a company, what should I do regarding permits, authorization, coordination between agency, who is responsible for what. So even like say I'm the first company I never had any business in Oregon. I want to see some guidelines. What should I do? And first I come to Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 and I see, okay, here is a purpose and objective. I want to know background. So where are we coming? What's coming from international level that we need, because these cables are international. They ended up in Australia and New Zealand and etc. We are considering only a small part, but they are connected. So I want to know what are the requirements, what the international, from where it's coming. Then I want to know policy and jurisdiction, who is responsible for what on the permitting standpoint. So I'm coming, federal level has this requirement, state that, local that. So I know that I need to get those permits. Implementation requirements, if I'm install cables in the territorial sea, what should I do? I know that there should be joint agency pre-application meeting. I know that I need to go through that process. I know what I should address when I'm thinking about how to route and land the cable, how they should be installed based on the new technology or maintains, and then decommissioning or recovering. And I want to know what kind of fee should I pay, or it should not exactly amount here, but at least reference. Is it like which agency responsible for what? I want to know my duties And I want to know the cooperative and communication mechanism and under what conditions for the future territorial sea plan would be revised. So it's just like, I just, when you say comprehensive, just what is comprehensive here? I just want to hear that view and opinion.
I guess I should have said flexibility in its interpretation, perhaps.
I think you actually, Natalia, I think you answered your own question, because to me, this is a very comprehensive document in that it clearly lays out all the different components that a telecommunication company might actually look for in terms of, answering exactly these types of questions about, policies, jurisdictions, all that sort of stuff, about how you might go about implementing things in terms of installation, maintenance, all that sort of. I mean, this is to me, it looks like a great document, and I think as a starting place for companies, it seems like it would be a very, very good place to start.
Thank you.
And just quick, Marco, sorry. Again, this is just proposal. So that's up to all members. That's why we are discussing what should be deleted. Maybe something should be combined, make it like more easy to read, or I don't know. So this is just proposal. This is just idea. So that's why everyone has voice here and making what should be done better.
Thank you. Mike, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I'm more interested in having these activities addressed in more explicit categories than bundling them. But when I look at the draft outline, it's just a matter of how it gets started. There should be a background for the entirety of the section, but right now the background is embedded in the draft, or in this recommended table of contents that Natalia has advanced. It's the background and the state perspective is embedded just in the telecommunications cables. And I would think that one would want to slide those up in a preamble to the separate sections, such that the state's perspective would be uniform regardless of the nature of the activity that's going on in the territorial sea. And then there would be specific concerns to be addressed as you moved into the varying different types of activities, such as telecommunications or electrical power transmission. Because, for example, I'm not sure that a domestic offshore power generating plant would be subject to international laws and treaties if the entirety of the activity is encompassed in a U.S. jurisdiction. So again, providing that overall state perspective and background on what this section of the territorial sea is about seems to me, in my mind, it would precede that deeper dive into these specific activities.
Thank you, Mike. Jonathan?
I was just going to second Mike's comments there, because that was my assumption as well, was that there would be some preamble material similar to what's already laid out here and what's being edited, and that this piece here that DSL is proposing is simply one component that would then fit in under that broader documentation, and then the similar sort of flushing out for other utilities later on. So I look at I think it's the combination of everything we're discussing here.
Thank you, Jonathan. Andy?
Yeah, I do appreciate those comments that were just made, because I do feel like we want to have introduction to this kind of part of the territorial sea plan that lays the groundwork for what we're attempting to do in this particular chapter. It is important to remember that there are 2 preceding chapters in the territorial sea plan that apply, both part 1 and part 2. to other instances of applications for development or use of the territorial sea, right? So I don't necessarily see a need for the sub item 7 on territorial sea plan revision. That is covered in part 1. I can't remember the exact section, but I could get that for you. And it describes the method by which the Ocean Policy Advisory Council would consider amending the territorial sea plan again, right? So there is a stewardship component of the territorial sea plan that's already addressed in that portion of the territorial sea plan. Maybe there's a reference back to that, so this document could, you know, recognize the other kind of components of the territorial sea plan. And as I consider kind of the draft language that we're working on in this portion, we do need to go back to ensure that it is consistent and works well with those other components of the territorial sea plan. So I do agree that I think there would need to be a broader background structure. I'm kind of in favor of having this type of section cover both power cables and telecommunication cables. So I would be supportive of the idea of just calling it undersea cables, because the actual use of the seafloor is going to be pretty similar, as Ryan has mentioned already, in terms of the amount of space that may be taken up by the cable and the kinds of requirements that would be necessary for burial. So that's kind of my perspective on this to date. I'm certainly supportive if the rest of the group likes this level of kind of specificity within the documents. Again, I think if there's a section B, which covers pipelines and utilities, it's not going to be anywhere near as complete. But we do want to have the existing guidance that already applies to them, that's in part 4 now, continue to apply in those areas.
Thank you, Andy. Natalia?
Yeah, so just simple, we can add not just, well, again, because we are looking here just on one page, but what DSL send another document as well, some clarification. Should we divide telecommunication cable or should combine? So if we follow this structure combining, we just add in telecommunication cables, pipelines, and other utilities. So that's all, and we address all together. And regarding preambles, yes, I agree that it should be something before that, like introduction. And if you open the document, the DSL send 7 pages. So table of content, this is just, you know, the same last amendment for part 3 of territorial plan C. They have table of content as a first table, just as a guidelines, as a roadmap. Then the second page, it didn't change from the old version. We have this preamble, you can see on second page that this amendment were adopted by Land Conservation and Development and etc. So we can put introduction or preamble here, developing that. And then we go through the more specific and details. So this is, if you look on that document with 7 pages, go there. But yeah, it seems like most members prefer to combine. So it's better to combine and just make notes in each section that something could be different for other pipelines and utilities. So it's not a problem because again, this is just draft.
Thank you, Natalia. Tara? All right, we can move, Chris Stein? What are your thoughts?
Thanks, Marcus, and thanks, Natalia. I there's a lot to work with here. In general, I favor a well, we've used the word comprehensive to discuss to describe this, and I think the way Natalia laid it out, it does provide a logical roadmap for somebody who wants to engage the state of Oregon and cable installation. I'm looking at this from a perspective of both the regulator and just sort of a how do we make this document better? And I don't really see a distinction between the types of underground cables. Of course, there's differences. Of course, there's differences in the way they're used and the way and what the nature of the utility is. But I'm going to refer back to a comment that Ryan made earlier, is that a lot of the cable installation procedures and the best practices surrounding those installation procedures, they all share more similarities than they do differences. So I think that there's probably a case to be made for discussing the nature of the cables as we heard earlier, as just undersea utilities, and move on from there, because I believe that there's recognized differences, but for the most part they share more similarities. As far as a preamble is concerned, I think that's an interesting topic. If we're engaged in a revision to part 4, we're doing that for a purpose. And I think we need to acknowledge the developments that have occurred in the last 23 years or so since this last one was adopted, to include, as I put in my chat earlier, the advances in technologies and what we can reasonably envision in the future based on the increased development of undersea resources to include those. So I think we need to provide a purpose and an understanding in that preamble statement that sort of acknowledges why this is being done and what we're hoping to achieve in the revision. And that would sort of probably give a reader a better understanding of where we're heading from there. The latter parts of that proposed table of contents, I think we they offer. I think I would need to learn more a little bit about the content requirements there, but couple points now that it's off the screen. I'm going from memory. I do like the inclusion of a decommissioning and removal portion there to address the conclusion, the termination, and the responsibilities that go along with project termination. Those are some initial thoughts. I think this is a great start, and we have a great direction moving forward with this. So I'll pass it back.
Thank you, Chris. I think we're going to break now for lunch, and we can resume this discussion after lunch, but I don't want to get too far behind schedule when it comes to public comment period. So we'll break now for lunch, meet back here at 12:30 for public comment, and then we'll resume the same discussion at the slide that we were previously on. So I will see you all at 12:30. Hi, everybody. Just let us know that you're back by turning on your camera, or reacting, or stating in the chat that you're back. We'll wait a couple of minutes to start just to get some folks back in here.
Before everybody returns, thank you, Marcus, for doing this, for hosting this session. And it's remarkable, the information that's been provided. I had to drop out this morning for about an hour and a half, but what I learned in the beginning, just half hour of the session, was very impressive. And I really feel very grateful for everyone on this committee.
Thank you. All right, I am seeing quite a bit of people back. I don't know, I don't see that we have anyone in the waiting room. So now we'll move on to the public comment section. If there's any member of the public who'd like to speak on the territorial sea plan, please, part 4, please just put it in the chat and we will allow you to speak. Stan Dynack would like to speak. Go ahead, Stan.
Yeah, hi. Stan Dynack here from Microsoft again. Hopefully I'm not the only one that has a public comment. Again, I appreciate all the work and effort that is going into this. I mean, as you know, Oregon has been a really great place to land cables over many years now. Bringing all the technologies locally, helping drive the local economies as well. My comments are specifically revolving around the resource and the use inventory, the effects evaluation that's being the language that's being proposed. I mean, in more detail, I guess that some of the things that are being requested here, and I'm really just kind of coming at this from a telecommunications cable, which, as you've seen in the presentations, are, the size of a garden hose here, maybe slightly larger for the armored sections. So I really don't have many comments on pipelines or the electrical. I'm really just looking at this from the telecom and, the prior comments leading up to this point on, breaking this down a little bit further. I do kind of support that from the requirement standpoint and this section where, some of the things outlined here, what the impacts we're talking about, wave regimes, current velocities, horizontal transport, vertical mixing. Some of these things just really don't relate to telecom cables, in my opinion. And it's really going to drive up costs for permitting, the timelines for permitting, the joint agency review team. There's 6+ teams mentioned in here, and it even looks like options to expand that. What kind of timelines are we talking about for permits now if we have to implement all these new conditions to try to get a permit to install telecommunications cable? And really, what are we trying to fix with all this? Is there something that's happened over the years where these requirements are coming in for telecoms cable? Just trying to better understand what we're trying to fix here with all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Chris Stein. Were you just stating that you were back, Chris? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. So thanks for those comments, Stan. But I want to point out, though, that many of the requirements are not new requirements necessarily. And again, I'm speaking from the perspective of my pie slice and this whole effort. There's certain regulatory requirements and permit requirements, and in our case, certification requirements that are not new to this revision. These have existed, and I think that I hope I'm not misstating this, but I think the purpose of this document is to maybe clarify and give maybe better direction on how to implement those as a comprehensive policy moving forward. That's really my only comment. I just wanted to point out that many of these things are already in existence and don't represent new requirements.
Thank you, Chris. Natalia?
Oh, sorry, I don't know. Is it public comment? Should I speak or no? Or this is just for other people?
Are you speaking to Stan's question?
No, I just want to address the previous question just to clarify.
What Stan had asked, or which
Yeah,
previous
Stan
question?
and Chris. Yeah, just to clarify why we need this, or I can talk later. I'm
Yeah,
not
you-
sure if this is time only for public comments.
I haven't had any other requests for public comment, and if you're responding to Stan, then that's fine.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sorry if I could just kind of respond to Chris initially. So I understand, Chris, that there have been requirements all along, but now that it's being spelled out here specifically with the joint agency review, there's really no timelines represented. There's just concerns that this might spell out additional time and constraints to get a cable in here. And it may impact cable owners and where they select to land from here when they see this application process and all these requirements being presented amongst them, aside from things that do come up during the process. I understand there are, but here it's spelled out where that there's lists of things right up front and off the bat that are going to be required. Maybe, I guess my comments are really more or less based on if this was broken out, is there any way to maybe streamline it more towards a telecommunications cable versus a pipeline, And I guess that, kind of my direction of just trying to focus on the telecommunications side. Just something to think about, if do all these requirements really apply to a telecommunications cable? But, things to think about.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Natalia?
Thank you.
Yeah, here we again come up about this breakdown telecommunication cables and other pipelines. So that's what working group members should decide how we should proceed with that. But regarding Stan comments, Stan represent Microsoft and represent business company. And here what we come, again, I just try to give, try to put myself in the shoes of each stakeholder that we have here. And also like using my perspective when I work in Europe with different projects. So let's say, it's clear from the business company that I had so many times, if I come to have project to, let's say, country A, B, or state A, B, let's say I want to land cable there. So for me as a business company, I want to have clear rules, what is there in that state. And if I should choose from two neighbors as a business company, certainly I will go in that location where a positive legislative environmental for me to grow my business. So I will go to that state's A or B, which has clear rules and step for me as a business company. What should I do? Because in this case, I can evaluate my cost and risks, potential risks. If other state B doesn't have those guidelines or roadmap for me, there is no clarity. That's a lot of uncertainty for me as a business company. So it's increasing my risk and I'm wondering what should I expect there. From the government agency perspective, we're serving Oregonian, we're serving people. We want to make sure that we protect natural resources, we provide safety environmental for community and people who live there, but we also want to open space for business company to come in, because we understand that we are living in 21st century, and energy supply, telecommunication, Wi-Fi. That's why without Wi-Fi, telecommunication cable, we will not have possibility to talk today. So it's important. But the only issue that we need to find common grounds, and as a government or state agency, our role to create those guidelines and clear ABC condition, what should I do and which step I follow. So here is this structure, whatever you call roadmap, nothing new in this. We just, I think, provide the clear guidelines. There is no change in permitting process or what should we do. It's just clear guidelines to add clarity, which step each stakeholder should follow and what should we consider today. And regarding joint pre-application meeting, that was added because you see different state agency, local, also counties, they have different permits and process. And that joint application meeting was added just for coordination purposes. That could be easy in the early stage at the beginning of the project for business company, for community and state agency to be aware what should we expect regarding the permitting process, to be able to coordinate that. And so this is just provide that guideline. There is nothing new, but we should consider, let's say, California has 20 bilateral agreement with European Union countries. They cooperate about offshore wind energy, other infrastructure projects, bring expert exchange from Europe to California and opposite vice versa, to learn how to develop something there. In September last year, European Union opened technological office in San Francisco that would cooperate internationally on any technology, because European Union has this Green Deal, European Green Deal, and carbon border adjustment tax mechanism. So any company that will come to the United States, European company, international company, should follow that rules. So that's why these guidelines, it just should consider what possible potential we will have. But again, there's nothing new. It just adds more clarity for coordination, cooperation purpose, to make it easy for each person involved there. And that's why I think we have this working group with diverse membership who can bring different perspective and draft the text together, that we have common ground and clarity for everyone. Yeah, thank you. I'm talking too much today.
Hey, this is Jeff with Alaska Communications, and I have to second what Stan was saying. It's Oregon is a premier spot for cables to land, and has been for many, many years. And the concern is to make sure that we don't scare away future business. And it's a premier landing place is Oregon. So that's one of the things that we're concerned about, is not scaring away future business for cables to land.
Yeah, well, I agree. That's why we need to have this vision and purpose, why we have this, to be clear that this is designed for such kind of purpose. So we need to be clear in the beginning of part 4 territorial plans.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else have anything to share during public comment? We have 15 more minutes. I'm not seeing anything in the chat or any hands raised. So we can move on to the next section. I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to have Andy share another table of contents that was sent to him by, well, he'll be able to explain it.
I want to thank Becky Anthony, and I don't know if Delia helped you work on this or think about this, but they relayed some thoughts about concern with like complete revision of the existing table of contents, just given the amount of time that we have between now and a final recommendation. So I'd actually like to offer them the floor to share their thinking on this.
Yeah, I actually have a revised version that I just did like 5 minutes ago. But basically our concept was that the background or the preamble for all of them would be relatively the same. We would cover that in a general sense, but that is where things differ is when you get to the implementation requirements, and that starts with the resource inventory. And if there is the need for an effects evaluation and all of the things following that. And so in the revised one that I just did under implementation requirements, it just separates it into undersea cables. The second section would be pipelines, and the third section would be utilities and fixtures. So it actually separates those out. And then then the resource inventory, the joint agency, like all that would be below those as well. I'm just kind of thinking about the amount of work that would be required to completely redo TSP Part 4 in the other structure.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. I did have concerns with that as well, given our charge and the timeline in front of us. And I do think that a structure like this could be helpful to address the concern that we just heard voiced in public comment. And that was, I don't think that there was an expectation to create additional work and resource inventory requirements beyond what kind of happens already and is provided as a part of the existing application materials that the state uses to review projects. I think it's just codifying that and putting it in a format that is easier for us as an agency when we conduct our review, and for other agencies to understand the totality of the project and the potential impacts to the system.
Well, and for ODFW, from a habitat perspective, the resource inventory would be different for undersea cables versus a pipeline. So there would be different needs there. And so I think separating it out between those would be simpler and easier for folks to understand.
Yeah, and I think the idea behind having a an inventory is to when we presented, when Natalia presented and I presented on the different permits that are required by the state to put in a cable, each of those individual applications often have requirements that list those same kind of criteria. And so it's really just putting all of that same criteria into one place instead of, like at the beginning, and saying like, here's the source of that information, and now it can be used for all these different applications, instead of it having to be, a person having to search around to each one and say, oh, I have to look at each of these individual permit requirements. This is like bringing in all of that information into one location. Sorry, Ryan Wapshall.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Perhaps I'm just reiterating what others have already said, but what something Andy just said resonated, and I think Stan and others were echoing the same thing, is the fact that, by and large, with the exception of a few outliers, cable systems are being implemented according to best practices. We're already doing these things. You're already seeing this stuff in permit applications. So I think the extent that we're trying to make this a little bit more granular in the territorial C plan, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it comes down to what is the content that's going to go into here and whether there's any additional requirements. So it could be as granular as possible, but I think through some of this, there should also be the lens of, what's the state's guidance on these things, preferences, as it pertains to like routing and landing cables or installation or maintenance. But I just, I would guess that we're not really going to have anything that's coming in out of left field. It's going to be overly onerous or make from an implementation perspective or onerous from a permitting perspective. I think it just remains to be seen what the content is that we all come up with to put in here, because it's kind of outlined in a way that it's going to be very granular, very specific, and as an overarching document, policy document, I'm not really sure that that's the intent of it here. So I think we're kind of trying to put some boundaries around this whole concept thus far, but we'd just like to kind of reiterate that point, is that people are implementing these things, with the exception of a few outliers, based on best practices. And I think there's certainly elements that could be tightened up that we've discussed before, like having a joint agency pre-application meeting mechanism, requiring geotechnical investigations for any HDD4 profile, having a communication strategy. I think those are the hard-hitting points, not necessarily what are the technical requirements for installation, because again, we can draw on the best practices, but that stuff's not really going to change, hopefully.
Thank you, Ryan. Other thoughts? I guess we can continue kind of just going around as we were talking earlier before lunch, and getting folks' input. So I'll just start calling on people. Sarah Absher. All right.
Hi, sorry,
there.
nope, I'm here. My screen, I went to click the microphone and my screen disappeared. Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Sarah, do you have thoughts on the structure of the table of contents, the structure of the revisions?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Marcus. I have been taking some notes on that. So I would say that I agree that the language should be consistent with House Bill 2603. I've been taking some notes. That was part of one of the previous conversations. I do like the table of the table of contents, largely, obviously as a representative of a local jurisdiction. Much of what you are talking about applies to permitting at a state and federal level with that interface. But I think as someone who could read this to understand that entire permitting process, this is very helpful for me. I do agree with the conversations about the appendices, primarily letter B. And I think aside from what's already been said, I don't want to be repetitive. I think that's probably all I would offer, Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Lene Rutledge.
Oh, hi, Marcus.
Hi.
I think that as I listen to everyone's conversations, I also find, as a coastal resident who's been involved in the permitting processes, that it really is more clear when people look at it to be able to say, so here's where all the pieces fit together. And here's the guidance that state agencies are using as they make permitting decisions. So the way it's been laid out, I think, is really helpful. I think that the continued focus on engaging with communities has continued to be a really strong focus, and I absolutely agree with that. I like the whole process of having a table of contents so that as you need to seek out specific kinds of information, you'll be able to get to it a lot more easily. And I guess just reflecting on the comments that were made during the public comment section, I think our challenge is always going to be, how do you create that balance between what state and federal agencies need, what private industry wants, and what public interest will be best benefited by those decisions. So I respect that there may come a time where a business would choose not to do a landing in Oregon. But I think we've earned a reputation of being really conducive to wanting to have cables land here. But we also know that on a global level, and if you look at other states, the processing here in Oregon is much less encumbered and potentially less transparent. And I wrote in my comments before that we're viewed as being cheap and easy. I would hope that when we get through with this process and we've looked at the fees associated, that we also think about what's in the best interest for Oregon. So those are kind of rambling comments, but I do like the revised table of contents. I think that really helps drive information out more quickly so people will understand it. And at the end of the day, we're going to make recommendations and OPAC's going to make decisions. So I think we're giving it our best shot. And I appreciate having a chance to be able to kind of give that input now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lene. I just wanted to, before I call on somebody else, Jason Searman had wrote some things in the chat that I wanted to read so that it's captured outside of the chat. So questions around these terms that relate to the Part 4 policy and its applicability include: does policy apply to anchoring cables and mooring lines fixed to the sea floor? And if so, are these cables captured under the term cable or fixture? I presume the latter, fixture. Do we need oh my goodness, I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to navigate this chat. Do we need the term utility or utilities or any other variant? What if a cable or pipeline is not related to a utility? What does using utility add that isn't captured by cable, pipeline, or fixture? Is there a meaningful difference between seafloor and undersea? If so, each should be used with intention. I personally prefer seafloor, which is in the title of Part 4. What's the intent of the language? Facilities associated with the cable. To that end, does this term allow the Part 4 policy? To that end, does this term allow the Part 4 policy to apply to? Are there also facilities associated with pipelines and other fixtures along the seafloor, and not just facilities associated with cables? That's most of what was on my mind. The other more minor question I had was about the term renewable marine resources, because this term is what many people use to describe offshore wind energy and marine hydrokinetic energy. Using this term to describe, oh my goodness, I just lost it. Oh, sorry. Using this term to describe marine life in this context may or is likely to cause confusion. Suggest a definition section could be helpful to clearly define this term, and also other 4 or 5 key terms I mentioned above. Sorry about my problems reading that chat. I also wanted to ask Jeff Burright to maybe talk a little bit, because he had mentioned some stuff. He had sent me a message about some of this. So could I get your perspective, Jeff?
Sure, thanks. Before I do, though, that whole thing about seafloor versus undersea, I'm thinking about the comment from earlier about electrical cables that may be in the water column between turbines, that those wouldn't be on the seafloor, but in the sea. So again, I am the Federal Consistency Review Coordinator for the Coastal Management Program. So it would be my responsibility to coordinate the review of these projects relative to the enforceable policies of the state. And so from my perspective, one of the primary goals of this territorial C plan to meet my needs is to identify those policies that are enforceable when I'm conducting that review. And so from that perspective, as we've been talking about the design of the document, the arrangement of the document, and I think we've gotten there, but it seems like there's benefit in thinking about this backwards, starting from the policies that you want to see for each type of use, and then identifying those places where they are the same and where they differ. And in the conversations earlier, I heard potentially some differences in burial requirements of a pipeline versus a telecom cable, for example. And then also this potential for electrical lines that could be in the water column being another area where you may want to have different policies that apply to that use versus another use. And so there's that question of, if we work backwards from the different kinds of uses that we can anticipate, we may identify, where those differences are. And then, as has been mentioned by Laurel and by Becky, you could create a catch-all policy that sets some substantive criteria that would apply to unanticipated uses. And you would have to base those on the effects of concern. So for example, any built development in the sea must avoid XYZ impacts or otherwise mitigate them when they're not practicable to avoid. And so in that way, I would recommend focusing on the what more than the how, because you can't anticipate all the best practices for the unknown future uses. And, with Stan on the line from Microsoft, I think about the underwater data centers that I've been hearing about in the news for the last 5 to 7 years. And could that be something we look at? What in the world would the best practices be for that? So there could be these things that we don't anticipate. Last thought would be, one thing to keep in mind as you are thinking about what policies you may want for different use cases is that the enforceable policy criteria established by NOAA, in order for a policy to be approvable as enforceable for the purposes of our review, it's not permitted to be discriminatory against any particular use type or a user. So at the most basic level, you can't say something like, there shall be no electrical cables from offshore wind crossing state territorial sea. You just can't do that. So if you want to make policies that apply to a particular use, it's safest to focus on the effects that are caused by that use, and then what policies you can put in place to avoid or otherwise mitigate those effects. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anybody else that I have missed? I think that I haven't called on everybody, but I do know that we've heard from many of the different agencies and folks represented here on the working group, and I'm just trying to make sure that I didn't pass anybody over who'd like to talk on this. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody.
Marcus?
Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I just want to ping pong this back to Natalia, and I don't think Blake's on the line right now, but just initial response.
I'm
to
here,
this.
Andy.
Oh, hey. Either of you, if you have response to kind of this shared document that I have up relative to the table of contents you proposed, I kind of like the way that this has nested the division of types of seafloor use within the broad background policies of the plan. So just curious about your response to this.
If I can just go first, I'd say I like them. I think they're a good update. I think it kind of gets at what, well, I'll let Natalia speak for herself, but I think that gets, it gets to, kind of the changes we were looking for, and when we, first presented the table of contents.
Thank you, Blake. Natalia?
Yeah. So regarding terminology, because there is a long message in the chat, I think, yeah, we put here Appendix A glossary. Maybe it's better, you know, to have not as appendix, but some section in the beginning, like definition, there we clear define each term and to which term all those texts are related. So that would be maybe would be better instead of appendix. Yes, regarding what was said about policy enforcement. Initially, yeah, when DSL tried to analyze everything, yes, we are not talking about best practice from, let's say, to highlight a lot of technical issue here. We are talking about state policy to connect what should different stakeholders expect and etc. So if we have this section about installation, maintenance, and decommissioning, of course, it should relate to policy to understand where should we look for that in cooperation with federal, state, and local. Other issue, just again, look at House Bill 2603. In the beginning, it say relating to undersea cables. And then in section 1, as used in this section, there is a definition of undersea cables. Include a cable used to conduct electricity or light that is placed on state-owned submerged lands, and etc. So House Bill is clear, more focusing on telecommunication cables. It could be like, yeah, some power, but not actually pipelines. So they use in section 2 general name that is include pipelines and utility, but there is no requirements to add something new about pipelines and utilities. But we should leave that space for the future when depends how everything will be developed, we can amend. But I'm thinking like if we divide like this, create an additional subsection with the clarity undersea cables, pipelines, and utility and other fixtures, and divide like resource inventory for each pipelines and utility, routing and landing, everything separately. So we create additional, let's say, work for us to address pipelines and utility right now. So because main purpose now, this is telecommunication cable, and we need to say that pipelines and utilities have different requirements. So I mean, if we decide to divide on the subsection, we have like A, telecommunication cables, but B, pipelines and other utilities. So we can have this like general section where we can talk in general about pipelines and utilities and their requirements. But if we break down really very detailed about routing installation for those pipelines separately, we need to address this in more detail. So this is only my concern, because we create additional structure that is not required by House Bill in this case. And we cannot address now, I mean, how should we do decommission of utilities or pipelines? We know that this is different and it will come up in the future. So we need to acknowledge this, but creating like this, basically we should tell now what a policy in place compared to telecommunication cables, to decommission pipelines, to decommission utilities, to do installation for those pipelines and utilities, which is actually not the goal of amendment. This is just first impression, looking if we have clear division of those subsection for pipelines and utilities separately.
Well, if I can speak for the folks who helped to put this together, I think we may not be able to get all of these sections developed for pipelines and utilities or other fixtures. It may be that we stick with the general language that was already applicable to them, which was in part 4. There may be an ability to include new sections that weren't previously available. I do think that a resource inventory and a joint agency pre-application meeting makes sense for those new uses, and would probably apply similarly. So and this is all kind of new thinking as I think we as a working group grapple with the scope and the charge and how we meet the directive of House Bill 2603. But I think that if we have agreement generally that we would like to get there on these other topics, the pipelines and utilities and other fixtures, then I think having this as a goal is a reasonable goal, and we'll see where we can kind of come to agreement on what might fit in these sections. With the understanding that really we're focused in on the 4.1 section, really trying to get that right all the way through, because that's where we have the experience, that's where we have the studies that can help to inform us. Not that the studies that we've done can't help us to inform the other topics, like I would imagine the geological assessments would apply to pipelines and utilities and other fixtures similarly to them applying to cables. So that's just my interpretation of kind of where we are as a group. I think if we're kind of circling around this idea of, you know, the initial section being broad, covers the state's perspective, a background and policies and jurisdictions, and the real meat of the chapter being in these subsections in section 4, then I think we've made a lot of progress today in thinking about what our end goals are.
Thank you, Andy. Mike Graybill.
Thanks, Andy. I need a little bit of clarification because I thought that the existing territorial sea plan under that Title A included all these activities rolled up into one. And the current plan has this very recognizable bias toward telecommunications, and in large measure is silent on the other things that are listed under that heading. So I don't see a huge change other than a recognition that now 20 years on, what 20 years ago was really the focus of telecommunications cables, has now we're recognizing that that policy, even though it had this broad heading of these other activities, that policy only really addressed and was built around policies associated with telecommunications cables. This new outline format breaks out those activities and provides an opportunity to discuss them or address them more directly, and perhaps address some of the unique characteristics that they embody that may not be embodied in telecommunications cable policies. But my understanding is that the current Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 is technically supposed to address all the activities that are in this outline, but now we're instead of putting them all under one heading, we're just breaking them out so that unique attributes could be addressed for each one of those features.
Yeah, I think that's correct, Mike. And Scott McMullen may have a better historical perspective on the development of Part 4. So I would, if he's on the line, encourage him to help to provide that perspective. But I think you're right. As I have read this chapter in the past, I've thought that while it included the pipelines and other utilities and fixtures, it really was silent on a lot of the policies and the need for the review of those items. And so that's always been a gap from my perspective.
Yeah, I'll just follow up with that, Andy, and you are absolutely correct, and as is Mike. The document was written soon after cables began to more frequently apply for permits in Oregon. I think the first cable in Oregon was the North Pacific cable. It was in the early 90s, maybe 91, 92, somewhere in there. AT&T followed up, and I think it was 94 roughly. And then we didn't have any cables for a while until 1998, when North Star was proposed and permitted. And then fairly soon after that came Southern Cross, which was, I think, the impetus for the addition of Part 4. And they took some of the language, things like periodic inspection requirements, that came directly from the OFCC agreement with, at the time it was called GlobeNet, MFS GlobeNet. It was in our agreement, and I think the state said, yeah, these are good things. We should include it. And soon after that process started, I was appointed to join OPAC back in the year 2000. But I think the focus is on telecom just because that was what was happening. And I also think that they didn't really see the likelihood of the other things playing a big role. So they, they're included, but they're not discussed a lot. So there had been ocean outfalls by that time, certainly, but with the ban on drilling off our coast, I don't think anybody was thinking we'd see any petrochemical pipelines. So I think it's a reasonable assumption to think that it is cable centric. I'll go back to me.
Thank you, Scott. There were some hands raised, but they seem to have been put down. Was there anybody who wanted to speak more on this? Okay, so I think that we have a lot of information. There was a lot of discussion about this, and I will revise the table of contents to incorporate the discussions that we had today and to have a better representation of kind of the direction the group wants to go in. For the rest of today, we'll be working off of the other table of contents that I had when I made the slides. And so I think I'll share my screen and we can jump into the next section, which will be looking at some of the text changes, and we can walk through those. And like I said, I left those breadcrumbs to be able to see where we're at within the table of contents.
Right. So I think it's important to remember then that the language that we'll be discussing in the revisions to it that have been provided by comments from the working group, we'll just have to reconfigure where they might fit in the broader picture after the meeting. So bear with us because we were not sure about the group's kind of support and or understanding in terms of changing the broad structure of Part 4. So keep that in mind as we go through our discussions this afternoon.
Exactly that. Thank you, Andy. So this next section will be talking about policies and implementation requirements, specifically the burial. So moving on to policy, I did take some notes from the last meeting that we needed to have some terminology used for clarity for these following sections. And Jeff had mentioned that some of the policies, there was question as to whether TSP has the authority to direct federal agencies, and that's come up numerous times in these discussions, and it was brought up by Jeff with regards to federal consistency. So I did make a note there that we will need to have some language changes within the amendments in order to make the policies enforceable. The terminology that I used in the following sections, cable includes cables used to conduct electricity or light that is placed on state-owned. I took that directly from the House bill. And then in the following sections, I just used project to include evaluation, siting, routing, placement, operation, or removal of said cables, pipelines, etc. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, in this discussion concerning and federal agencies, I think in my draft, I marked up and I said, what is the downside of just deleting and federal agencies, decisions of state agencies? Because if it is deemed consistent, and I'm the last person to have any expertise on federal consistency, but if we make a policy and it's deemed consistent, then the federal agencies will respect that policy. So is it possible for us to just delete and federal every place where it says decisions of state and federal agencies, just take out the and federal and trust that when we get it reviewed for consistency and get it agreed to, that will just be included? Thanks.
That's a good question. Jeff, do you have any comment on that?
Sure. That's one way that we could tackle this. Another way that we could do it, the provisions in the plan themselves, we submit to NOAA and NOAA approves them as enforceable policies of the state. And so they carry that weight. And so rather than having the territorial sea plan direct what state agencies should do or direct what local governments should do, my thought was you could just have the plan direct what the development itself must do. So you could say, let me just pop it open here. So you could direct it that developers of undersea cables or structures shall do X, Y, Z. Or you could say the routing, placement, operation, or removal of undersea structures shall, and then have requirements on them. And so you are regulating then the use as opposed to regulating agencies or directing agencies. And so there may be a way to clean that up and make it just a straight line that this policy affects this use, and then we can use that. So different ways to get to the same result.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you both, Jeff and Scott. Does anyone, and then the bottom section here, the only change that I made to that was just putting a cable as opposed to a telecommunications cable, and cable including electric or light. Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context on the language in the note itself. And I think when the parts of the territorial sea plan were developed, there was this concept of the enforceable policies, but it wasn't as clearly delineated by NOAA as it is today. And so when the parts of the plan were being written, one of the things that was a goal of this kind of language was to make it clear that the state's territorial sea plan is the coordinating framework for state agencies, and that we expected that those policies, which we identified as mandatory, would also, if approved by NOAA, be respected by federal agencies. So I think that that's the underlying origin of this kind of language in the note. I think that we do have a broader understanding today of the value of the territorial sea plan for coordinating with our state and federal agencies. So to me, the language in this note is a little bit dated. I'm not sure if if we even need to include the full note, but I wanted to provide the context for the group that I think this language was to make it clear that the TSP would be followed by both state agencies in a conforming way, as well as then potentially applicable to federal agencies.
Thank you, Andy. Blake?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to piggyback on what Andy was saying about the note, especially that last part, is whether it's even a requirement, because as respects to the territorial sea plan, the Department of State Lands is required by rule to make sure that our easements that we execute conform with the territorial sea plan with goal 19. So I just wonder if another easy solution is to remove the note in its entirety.
Thank you, Blake. All right. Sorry, there's a lot going on in the chat, and I would like it to be, do you think that we could, let me, so Laurel, could you just verbalize what you just wrote? I'm having trouble.
I
being
could,
able
I
to
just
get the
didn't want to disrupt the conversation because it was regarding a comment
Oh,
previously
okay.
that I meant I wanted to look into the territorial sea plan part 5 to see where that language was. So I can restate it, but it isn't directly about this note.
I see what you're saying.
It does have to do somewhat with the use of what terminology and making sure it's just not in conflict with what we say in part 5. So it's somewhat related to this section because we're talking about terminology, but not to the note. So sorry. Yeah, I just didn't want to miss it. So I put it in the chat.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do you want me to expand on it now or?
Oh, sorry. Yes, expand on it because we
Okay.
are talking about terminology in this section. I think that it's pertinent.
I was just pointing out that I found the language in part 5 that was talking about those sort of other, what the definition of an actual renewable energy facility is. And that included some of the sort of connections between structures. And it distinguished between the renewable energy facility versus like the cable. So I just want to make sure whatever definitions or terminology we use isn't in conflict with that as it relates to at least renewable energy facilities, since that's sort of the scope of part 5. It wouldn't cover other types of things out there, but it did include stuff that might be, say, if there was a wave energy array and there were connections between the different units, then that would be covered under part 5. Or at least that was how I interpreted it. And then the actual cable to shore would be covered under part 4. I think I was just pointing that out and telling you where it was in the plan in case we wanted to make sure that we weren't.
Yeah, Laurel, and I think
confusing
that
things.
that does apply then to Jason Searman's question in the chat, which was, do these other fixtures associated with, say, an offshore wind development, like the anchor cables, are those covered by part 4? And I think the answer to that would be no, they would be covered under part 5, whereas the actual cable carrying the power or the data would be covered under part 4.
Hey,
That was
Andy.
my understanding of, but that was a while ago. So
Yeah.
Andy, would you extend that interpretation to apply to inter or intra-array cables that daisy chain different floating structures together? Would they be part of the structure under part 5, or would they be part of the cable that's under part 4?
That's an interesting question, Jeff. I think if it's carrying power and or data, then it would be a kind of a part 4. Whereas I think if the cable was suspended in the water column, that would be a part 5 kind of review item, because I think you would want to have an assessment of the impact on the resources and or the users that are defined in Part 5 in the framework that was built. You'd want to have that component of the review apply to that chapter. Whereas I think if you have buried cables in the seafloor, it would be covered by Part 4, where we're really much more concerned about the compatible use of maintaining fishing access in that specific geography. That's just my gut take on it.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Jeff. Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I think it would be helpful if we define what fixture means, because it sort of broadens the impression of what Part 4 covers. And when it talks about utilities, cables, pipelines, and C4 utilities, what are utilities? Well, water, sewer, natural gas, telephone, power. They're all linear structures. And I think we have to keep Part 4 related to linear structures. There are new uses, and they probably deserve their own amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan, but I don't think we should confuse anybody by having fixtures in there. Only fixtures that this should apply to are fixtures that are associated with the linear structure of a cable or pipeline utility. So that's my view. I don't think if we get ocean aquaculture, for example, an ocean aquaculture facility ought to be discussed and ought to be regulated by the Territorial Sea Plan, but I don't think it comes under this Part 4. And I think we should make that clear in the definition.
Thank you, Scott. Jason Searman?
Hey, thanks, everybody. A couple things just off the top. Sounds like I rejoined the meeting at a perfect time. And it also sounds like people may have read all that mumbo jumbo I typed in the chat. So thanks. And then I think these examples are exactly where I was starting to get a little confused or trying to understand, differences between Part 4 and Part 5 and where the daylight is and what, everything we're talking about right here, basically. The linear fixtures or linear pipelines or linear facilities is an interesting wrinkle I hadn't thought about. I need to introduce more terminology, but it's definitely kind of helpful if that is the intent of Part 4 to only apply to linear facilities. I don't know if that's a bridge too far or a jump in logic, or I don't know if that's the true intent or not, but certainly like the mooring lines are like a perfect example to think about, because that's where I was thinking fixtures would come into play, right? Those are going to be fixed to the seafloor. Clearly, they're not linear facilities, at least not horizontally linear, maybe. They're linear in nature, and the fact that they're long cables that attach to these other things that we haven't gotten yet to, but the associated facilities or facilities associated with. So these are all the key terms. Be careful with and be precise and clearly define. And I don't know what the boundaries are. It sounds like the people that work in this space and apply it most seem to have like this sense about it, that Part 4 is this and Part 5 is this, but that doesn't seem to be clearly written on the page or demonstrable in any other way other than maybe precedent of how things have been applied and interpreted in the past. Appreciate us talking about this, and sounds like I'll let everybody else chime in here.
Thank you, Jason. Blake?
Like the examples I gave, I think aquaculture is a good one. It doesn't have to be the mooring lines, but another one would be like a hydrogen facility that's on a platform. Maybe I typed all that in the chat, but I can't remember. But we could think of a few other examples that have nothing to do with energy industry, like the aquaculture and utilities is another word. Yes. If things are in there already, maybe we don't worry about them. Maybe we'd be more careful what we add to the documents, or maybe we do try to rewrite the whole thing. I don't know.
Thank you, Jason. Blake?
Just a couple of things. Excuse me. I was going to say, the way that DSL always saw territorial sea plan, at least as far as I've been at the agency, is, this part 4, since it specifically refers to the seafloor and, installation on the seafloor and the ocean shore, we really didn't see it being applicable to anything that was, a renewable energy facility, because those facilities would be, likely in the open water or in the water column itself, and not using the seafloor outside of having anchors. So when we always thought of authorizing those type of projects, we separated some of the uses into different types of authorizations. For example, the cables going out to the facilities would be authorized with easements, and then the facilities themselves would be authorized under either Division 140 authorizations, a temporary use authorization, or a renewable energy lease, and then our Division 125 special use leases. So anything that was connecting the renewable facilities to itself, the cable arrays between, say, wind farms, not that we would see wind farms in territorial sea, but our thinking would kind of lean towards grouping the cables in the array as part of the facility, and not as a cable to be reviewed under part 4. So I guess that's my only comment. I don't want to ramble too much.
Thank you, Blake. Any other thoughts on this? All right, we can.
Well,
Go ahead, Andy.
I certainly agree with Scott. We need to define fixture. As I quickly do some Googling, it's, usually something secured, permanently attached or fastened to, in this case, the seafloor. So I think we can either try and define it, or we can eliminate the term because it's unclear, and we should just stick with the types of uses that we are clear about. If there are other fixtures that are kind of considered for use in the territorial sea, I think those could be handled under part 2. For example, affixing a research project, or as Jeff mentioned, maybe an underwater data center, or underwater wine storage facility. Like, those would be affixed to the seafloor. But I think that is not in the realm of what we're talking about in the scope of this amendment. So those would be my 2 suggestions. Either define it as associated with one of these other cable arrays or pipeline arrays. Say there were like a U-bend loop that fixed a pipeline in place. That could be a fixture. So my preference would be to either have a very specific definition that was associated with one of these already kind of existing described uses, and or to eliminate it from this piece of language.
Thank you, Andy. Mike?
I could offer that recent experience that has led to clarification of some terminology often ends up at the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals. And the acid bath test that I'm most familiar with is this recent liquefied natural gas terminal proposal that considered doing horizontal directional drilling underneath the estuary. So we were testing another part of Oregon's coastal zone management program, the estuary management plan, but a huge discussion about whether an activity of a $10 billion venture was allowable hinged on the definition of the word utility, because the plan in that case differentiated between a high intensity and a low intensity utility. And it also hinged on a definition of burial. And the estuary management plan was developed before horizontal directional drilling technology was developed. So it wasn't clear, the plan was silent on whether or not that constituted a disturbance of the sea bottom or the estuary bottom if it bored underneath that. And so when I see terms like burial here, I want to make sure that it's pretty clear how that is done. It's my understanding right now we're defining burial as take a plow and submerge the cable below the current seabed surface. But I'm also reading about energy projects that bury cables by bringing in rock and piling it up on the seabed. So I think it's going to be really important to make sure that there is a good set of definitions, because it typically, when decisions by agencies are made, they're typically contested based on interpretation of a definition. And I'll just offer that the inadequacy of the distinction between a high intensity and a low intensity utility in the case of liquefied natural gas ended up having a 2000 PSI 36-inch diameter gas transmission pipeline characterized as a low intensity utility.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I'm definitely on board with having a section added in for definition of terms. I think that that's kind of come up multiple times today, and I can see the need for that, so we'll make that happen. Any other comments on this section before we move on to the next? And actually, we are right about scheduled for a break at this time, a couple of minutes away. So maybe let's take a 15-minute break, or maybe a 17-minute break, and come back at 2 o'clock. And then we can resume from here. Hey folks, so when you're back, just turn on your cameras or let us know in chat or send us reactions so that we know you're here. We'll start in just a moment. All right, seems like lots of folks are back. Hopefully most of us. We'll get started here. We'll move on to the next slide. So this is diving more into the burial section of the, oh wait, sorry. This is still policies. So we are in the policy section, and this is, we had those like 5 separate categories here, and some of them were redundant, and I took all of the notes provided via various feedback and in the meeting, and I combined them into two sections, section A and B of when making decisions to approve projects related to a cable pipeline, utility, or fixture, state and federal agencies shall, and then continued on from here. If you can take a moment to look over this, and if you have any input as to this first section, this section A, I would love to hear it. So for a little bit more background on this, I took the sections that related to ecosystems and habitats and avoidance of conflicts, and broke it into these 4: avoid, reduce, mitigate, and restore. So go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm just looking at my comments here on this section. First one is areas important to fisheries, quote unquote. I like the intent. I think that's great. I think that's very consistent with what the whole intent of part 4 is, but it's somewhat subjective. So I'm not sure how we fix that, but I could see that there could be argument at some point, and I think Mike Graybill gave a good example of how things kind of can end up in court, but I think there could be some discrepancy over what areas are important to fisheries. And so just flagging it for maybe somebody has a good idea. Secondly, I think I again had commented about other fixtures. I suggest we delete "or other fixtures," as there's a fundamental difference between cables and pipelines that are buried and have a very minimal impact on other ocean users, and other fixtures such as wind turbines, hydrokinetic energy generator, ocean net pins, etc., which have a different impact on ocean users. Perhaps OPAC should think about a future Territorial Sea Plan Amendment 6 to address these new uses. So, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any other thoughts on this section? Chris Stein?
Under part A there, I would add water quality to the list of resources that were intended to protect. So important fisheries, navigation, recreation, ecosystem integrity, marine habitat, water quality, and areas important to fisheries, etc.
Thank you, Chris. Andy?
Yeah, Scott, in Territorial Sea Plan Part 5, we do have a resource inventory, a set of maps related to fisheries that we use in association with that standard. We could reference that resource inventory data layer, or we could think about including a different reference to a fisheries data set that might be more recent than that. So do you have any response to either of those suggestions?
Well, I think that takes away the it being a subjective term. So tying it to some kind of thing. I guess as a fisherman, a past fisherman, there's a little concern about using these data sets because they're out of date. You know, once they're done, they're out of date, and you know, fishing patterns can change a little bit. I mean, we have data that shows how important sardine fishing was, but that isn't a fishery right now. And so anyway, I'm not sure a good way to solve it, but I think, you know, having something concrete to tie to is better than just leaving it sort of an abstract concept. So I like it.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Scott. Becky, Anthony?
Yeah, sorry. This is just around number one. So the combination of ecological concerns and the fishing concerns is kind of problematic because it results in a little ambiguity about what the 3 steps refer to about avoid, reduce, and mitigate. And so if this sequence kind of applies to ecological concepts but not necessarily fishery conflicts. And so it's a little bit confusing there.
Thank you, Becky.
I guess if I can respond, I think that this statement is maybe a reflection of our Goal 19 statewide policy because it calls out the importance of the ecological component of the system while also recognizing the beneficial uses that the state of Oregon receives from that ecological system. And it is by its nature a balancing act. And I think that this statement is intended to reflect that policy. If I had to go back to guess how this statement originated, that would be what I am coming up with. So while it is a little confusing, I think it's meant to represent both of those elements of Goal 19 that are called out as a broader statewide policy.
So just a question, how would you mitigate like fisheries conflicts then? What would be the expectation?
Well, I would read this as adverse effects or conflicts between the proposed action
Okay.
and commercial and or recreational fishing,
Okay.
and not a conflict between commercial and recreational fishing as actions in their separate and own right. Does that make sense? Just like surfing is an activity in the ocean, recreational activity that, you know, if a cable route was underneath an important surf break, you'd want to make sure that there may be some minimization of the impact to that community during installation. That's just a hypothetical.
Thanks.
Any other thoughts? Chris Stein?
Yeah, one more thing. Under number 4, the term natural characteristics might be. I would ask that we consider restore the ecological function of the site, which has, I think, a better defined endpoint. We could use it in conjunction with natural characteristics, but I think the term ecological function restores the beneficial uses of the area affected, whereas I think natural characteristics is maybe a little less well defined. I'm just throwing that out there for a suggestion. I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts on that.
I like that, Chris. I think that also kind of allows us the option for like leaving cables in situ in places where it would disturb the environment more so than removing it and restoring it to natural characteristics. It might keep the ecological function intact if habitat's built up on top of that cable.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Scott?
Yeah, I'd agree, Marcus, and that was actually the basis for my next comment was In my draft, my markup, I struck through the word "and remove" on number 4, decommissioned, and I don't, not that it couldn't be removed in some cases, but I don't think that we should have a presumption that the best option is always to remove the cable. As you point out, it might be much less environmental disruption to leave the cable in place. So I think if we remove the words "and removed" from the end of number 4, we would leave some room for options there. And I think the state can look at each case individually. In some cases, we would say, yes, absolutely, that should be brought out. But in others, we might say just the opposite.
Thank you, Scott. Any other thoughts?
Marcus, should we use number 4, restore ecological function of the site to extent practicable when the cable is decommissioned and removed, and not project is decommissioned or removed?
Yeah, I could see if we're speaking specifically on cables here, which you know, we are gonna, I mean, this could potentially go into pipelines and other utilities as well, though.
Well, because projects sound like we decommission project, not something like infrastructural equipment. I mean, that's just confusing a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see what you're saying there. I could maybe we could say when the cable pipeline or other utility is decommissioned.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Mhm.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Mike Graybill?
I just want to point out that there was a good comment by Jeff wrote in the comment section that might be worthy of some discussion.
Jeff, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, with thanks to Mike for being my hype man. My question was, without really knowing, just asking, could there be some non-ecological function that is valuable to restore upon cessation of a project? I'm not sure what that might be, but say, you know, you wanted to ensure that there wouldn't be interference with fishing equipment or some other anything that would require you to make changes at the end of the project for non-ecological reasons. And I can't imagine what it would be. I just wanted to put it out there. As a secondary thing, though, while I've got the floor, I am curious how this would work in practice. Is the idea that there would be some enforceable decommissioning plan that would need to be approved by some entity at the start of the project? Or, I mean, you could have a line that's on the seafloor for decades. And so then how do you ensure that you close that loop?
I don't have the House bill in front of me right now, but I think section 1 of the House bill talks about decommissioning. I don't know if anyone has it handy, but since I'm sharing my screen, I can't really bring it up. Scott, do you have it? Oh, you're
Yes,
on
I
mute.
do.
Okay, excellent.
I do have it up. Yeah, section 1 does talk about decommissioning, and it has a whole pretty detailed list of things that have to be done. 180 days before decommissioning an undersea cable, the owner operator shall submit to the department a decommissioning plan that includes A, B, C, D. Then it has other requirements, financial assurance requirements for the decommissioning, etc. It's too much to paste in the chat, but it's there. I could email this to you, Marcus, if you wanted to.
I have it. I just don't have it right in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually in section 1, it's quite extensive about decommissioning. And number 4, department shall approve the plan or request revision to the plan or additional information. So that's probably would be something like compulsory. I mean, this is what is in an international level, because more and more cables, in seafloor using for different purposes. It's just to allow another project in space, you need to remove previous, which is not in functioning anymore. And they, around the world, they try to do this compulsory to decommission or recovering or recycling, whatever is appropriate. So that's why maybe this plan has appeared here as a decommissioning.
Thank you, Natalia. And thank you, Scott, for reading from that first section. Any other thoughts? Also, thank you, Jeff, for bringing that up. I don't know if anyone has anything non-ecological functions. Any ideas on that? All right, if there's nothing else for this section, we'll move on to the next. Oh, Laurel.
Just quick, while I'm thinking about non-ecological, is it anything like could be with the technical functioning and maybe energy efficiency, usage of technology or something like that? This is just thought.
Thank you.
Infrastructure stability, I don't know.
Laurel?
I didn't have perfect language for you, but the essence of that, restore it to what it was before, put it back like you found it, leave no trace sort of thing, goes beyond the ecological potentially. So if something beyond that additional language was added in there, I don't have the perfect words, but I've heard that there's a desire, to capture that larger, at least consideration of those other factors when making those decisions about whether or not it needs to be decommissioned or to what extent it needs to be decommissioned.
Thank you, Laurel. All right, so we'll move to the next section. And this is still talking about policies. This is now that second section B. And this is combining two of the other sections that were kind of repetitive before. And if you can just take a look at it and let me know your thoughts. Scott?
Yeah, I don't mean to be hogging all the talking here, but I on this one I wrote that I think that there has to be some demonstrable enduring impact before a requirement for an agreement would kick in. I'm not opposed to agreements, obviously, but I think that there needs to be some kind of a nexus to an actual impact before a requirement. I mean, you list a lot of entities, and I don't think they all are going to have impact. So I don't think we should require an agreement with some group that has no impact.
Yeah, I think that that's kind of the second portion of this that says resolve or avoid conflicts and require agreements when necessary. But Mike Graybill?
Yeah, this is back to that earlier discussion of whether we're telling agencies to do something or applicants to do something. And this is telling applicants to do something through agencies. And it's just that It's just that point where earlier was pointed out that this is telling federal agencies to do something, but if this is an approved part of the plan, federal agencies will follow it as long as the state is obliging applicants to do something. And I don't know where strongly encouraged came in, but that is clearly a subjective kind of term. It's not a requirement. So if it's not a requirement, then what happens if the applicant doesn't do that? How will an agency respond if the applicant simply chooses not to do something that's strongly encouraged?
Thank you, Mike. Lene?
Hi, Marcus. I'd like to speak in support of the language that's included, and just reflect back on the experience that we had as a coastal community, and not being encouraged, in fact, not even being invited to be a part of conversations early on. And so I would just like to say that what is written now reflects what would have made things better for us. So I just would like to speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lene. Joanne?
Hi, yes. So I think that, yes, it's important to have community discussions. I am still, I still find this wording vague as far as requirements, agreements when necessary. I still think that is still vague. Like, for example, right now we know when we're looking to land a cable in Oregon, we must join the OFCC and collaborate with them, and that's very clear. The fishermen are being impacted; their livelihood is being impacted by how we route the cable, and that it's very clear. It's not so clear who we would have to put an agreement in place with terrestrially. The exact entities that we would need, like, and who decides who those are, would be my question.
Thank you, Joanne. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Natalia?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like really here, like we require agreement, but it's up to different stakeholders to do that or not, if it's necessary. So maybe we can phrase this like strongly encourage applicants to establish or develop cooperative mechanism with the local, state, and federal agency. An agreement could be part of that cooperative model or cooperative mechanism, but it's up to them, depends on the project, depends what is required. And if necessary, they can develop agreement. This is just thoughts.
Thank you, Natalia. I can't tell if Lene and Joanne's hands being raised are just there. Okay, Joanne's is down. Is yours just legacy up there, Lene? Okay. Does anyone have anything else to say about this? Laurel?
I don't unfortunately have any additional clarity on it, but I do notice that it's the exact same language that is in part 5. And there's a footnote in there related to OAR 141-140-0040. So it's possible that the intent, and I don't remember, sorry, was that the agency, the JART, would help make recommendations. The footnote says, because it's the exact same language, and then it says, in its rules governing the placement of ocean energy conversion devices, blah, 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 the Department of State Land requires applicants to meet with the agency as well as affected ocean users and other government agencies having jurisdiction in the territorial sea prior to applying for a lease or temporary authorization. So that's where I made the potential connection that there's supposed to be a nexus with the JART and helping identify these, but maybe I'm I don't remember what the conversation was around that language. So I was just pointing out that connection, that the language is the same and that was a footnote in that one is not in here because it's not the same rules.
Yeah, the top part of the part that's in red on the top in the first sentence of that paragraph is from part 5 directly. The second sentence, everything in black is from the original part 4. So the additions there are in red, and the only additional affected ocean user, or the only additional person or entity involved is coastal communities. So I can understand where Joanna's coming from, saying that you know, which coastal communities and how do we know that they're affected, and that kind of stuff. I don't right now have any way of clarifying that. So that's why what I'm asking the working group is there any thoughts on how to clarify this section and make it less vague in this last portion? Andy?
So one of the things to keep in mind is that multiple sections in part 4 can relate back to each other, right? So this is a policy, it's a broad policy statement, and there may be more specific definition in the implementation requirements section that call out specifically agreements between fishing entity or fishing user groups. So I think we should check in the implementation language below to see if this is clarified further, so that there's less ambiguity. So just keeping together that the broad policies and implementation requirements are kind of a, you know, they're both components of the plan. And I think in my experience in other elements, there has been more specificity in the implementation requirements than there is in the broad policy language.
Thank you for that clarification, Andy. Jonathan?
Yeah, I think just to some earlier comments before, and in looking, you know, Mike mentioned the strongly encourage portion, and then now we're talking about written agreements, and they seemed like they're a bit of a contradiction, because the party is not necessarily, I mean, the way I read this, they're not required to actually engage. They're encouraged to, they're not required to. So, you know, if this is a policy decision to require, then you need to eliminate the strongly encourage and have applicants shall engage with. But the other part of it is what is meant by these written agreements? What is that comprised of? What does that look like?
Scott, do you have anything to say about what examples of the written agreements that you've seen in the past?
Yeah. Typically, when we submit when a cable owner submits an application, they submit a copy of the agreement with OFCC as part of it. And the state does not require, this is a misconception that sometimes the state does not require that they have an agreement with OFCC. There's a requirement that they work with the fishing industry. We provide one method of doing that. One cable project permitted was the Pac Wave project, and the affected fishing community agreement is one with fishermen involved in natural energy, a group in Newport. So there's nothing that says it has to be with the OFCC, but there has to be some evidence to the state that issues surrounding the installation of the cable and its impact on the fishing industry has to be addressed. So I've only seen those two in Oregon, the agreement with Fine and the agreement with OFCC, and our agreements have changed a little over the 20, I think we're coming up on 25 years this year. The basic principles we've added, because lawyers have gotten involved, it's takes more words to say the same thing, but basically the concepts are all what was started in the first agreement.
Thank you, Scott. Natalia?
Yeah, I agree. We cannot require agreements because any agreements, would it be like memorandum of understanding or letter of cooperation, whatever, it's volunteer. It's not legally binding, actually, only based on like we try to trust each other and want to cooperate on this particular issue. So we cannot require, we can encourage, we can recommend, we can suggest. But other things, I think we are phrasing in the context of policy right now. But if we will decide to go, initially we discussed some table of content, there is cooperation and coordination mechanism, and there is also joint pre-application meeting. So if we decide to go under that structure, that probably this paragraph can go there, but under different framework, I don't know, rephrase it differently without agreement, because it would just be part of a pre-application meeting or coordination mechanism. This is just thoughts.
Thank you, Natalia. I think we have to remember what Andy just mentioned a moment ago, though, in that the implementation is kind of where the meat is from these broad policies. And so, you know, having this put up here in policies, and then going in the implementation area and saying, this is how this is implemented, you know, anyway.
And yeah, we can just say that, yeah, establish or engage with those agencies through the cooperative mechanism on cooperative model, and if necessary, developed agreements, something like that, but not require.
I hear what you're saying.
So we leave up to them what they need to do, and what they decide the best way would be for cooperative mechanism with different agencies.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
So I'll just chime in to say that the concept of requiring an agreement between the fishing industry and the cable industry when Part 4 was originally passed was because the two industries needed to work together to be able to coexist. I think when we think about broadening this language to other affected ocean users and coastal communities, that becomes much more murky in terms of the requirements or the agreements. And specifically, I'm going to put in the chat here the language from Part 4 that is in the implementation section for the written agreements, which it does specify what is expected to be addressed in those. So there is clear definition in Part 4 currently to what the state expects to be covered via those agreements. When we broaden the idea to having formalized or written agreements between other ocean users or coastal communities, I think that logic is a little bit less clear, and I understand the concern of the industry in trying to figure out what is required and with whom.
Yeah, in this case, Andy, yeah, that makes sense, because ocean user, they already like historically established cooperation and written agreement. So in this case, maybe we just need to refer that if it's required, then it's between ocean users and agency, but if necessary for other it could be, it's up to them to develop agreement on that or not. So just to divide ocean users is if it's already required and it's have clear structure. So that's requirements. But let's say for other, they can develop agreement if necessary.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Andy. Any other thoughts on this section before we move to the next? Jeff?
Yeah, the stuff that Andy just posted in the chat makes me wonder, the easement granting agency, that would be DSL, are there any administrative rules in DSL's current regulatory structure that require there to be like no use conflicts, or for use conflicts to be settled prior to issuance? Like, is that one of the criteria that DSL uses prior to issuing a lease? I'm just wondering at the enforceability of requiring an agreement, because it's essentially handing the state's authority on whether to allow something or not to a user group, to a non-state entity. And I know that that's been a topic of debate between us and NOAA when trying to put forward enforceable policies if the state hands away its decision-making power. So I'm just curious if there is anything in the rules already requiring that these conflicts be memorialized and resolved somehow.
Does anyone from DSL, Natalia or Blake, have a response to what Jeff was asking?
Oh, Blake is not here because he knows better. But as I remember in Division 83 for easement authorization, there is no like strict requirements that I need to check the language, but it's not like strict requirements that that agreement should be. But again, what we are reviewing that Division 83 right now. But again, I don't think that we should require agreement from applicants to force them to do something. We need to create legislative area that can encourage something if necessary, but not require. And yes, as part of easement authorization and process, when they submit application and go through technical review, public review, and etc., the applicants need to provide any agreements if they have, let's say, with the ocean users. It should be part of the package. But in Division 83 rules, yeah, I think it's not required to provide any agreements.
Thank you, Natalia. Any other thoughts on this section? Scott?
Yeah, just a little more history. The OFCC did not ask for any of this to be, it didn't ask for Part 4 to be created. I think from a state policy perspective, those that were involved and in OPAC, I think they recognized that it was quite valuable. And this concept of having the industries working together and resolving conflicts before they occur was a good thing. And so maybe they didn't get everything perfect the way they wrote it up, but they the goal was simply, hey, this is a good program because the two industries are working together, and they wanted to support it. So as it's turned out, AT&T said, we don't want to work with the OFCC. We want our own group. And they created the Abandoned Submarine Cable Council, which I happened to be on at the time. But they wanted their own organization and own agreement. And other than AT&T, all the cables, other than the PAC wave cables at Newport, have voluntarily joined the OFCC. So it's just how it's worked out. the state made it very clear that you don't have to work with the OFCC, but you have to show us that you're working with somebody. And I think we've provided a mechanism that's efficient and addresses the needs of the fishing industry and the cable owners, such that we've become successful. So.
Thank you, Scott. Anything else? Joanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the OFCC agreement is another aspect that I really admire about that agreement is it's fair. So all cable owners are treated exactly the same. And I just find that, so that's also like a clear thing that we know we're signing up to when we sign up.
Thank you, Joanne. Anything else?
Marcus, one last thought here is that while these two sentences are kind of related to each other, I do think that they represent two distinct thoughts. So having a B and a C and just separating out the sentences, I think could provide additional clarity, because in one, you're referencing a policy that you are trying to encourage direct engagement with all of the affected entities. The other sentence is that we really want there to be direct communication and collaboration between affected ocean users and the applicant. And in particular, we would define that as our fishing industry that's on the water using the same geographies. So it might make sense not to have them combined into a single paragraph, but to leave them as separate thoughts.
Thank you. Well, we are Can you hear me? Did I mute myself accidentally?
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. We're scheduled for a break now, so let's take a break for 15 minutes, come back at 3 o'clock, and we will continue on with the next slide. Seems like most folks are back. So to continue on, this section is the first part of the implementation requirements. We discussed parts of this the last meeting, and there was concern brought up about, once again, as the note said earlier about having shall language when referring to regulating agencies like federal agencies, and how that makes it unenforceable. That's noted. The other changes that I made here were really just replacing some of the long portions of it, like telecommunications cables, and just having it say cables, and then projects instead of installation, burial, etc. Excuse me. Otherwise, it's unchanged from the last time. Any other any comments on this section, Natalia?
Okay, thanks. I have 2 points. The first related a little bit to agreement discussion that we did. I just double checked Division 83 rules. Yes, DSL doesn't require to enter any compulsory agreements, and we cannot require because we only can encourage as a state agency. The other issue here is come up, and I think it was raised in the chat. What is agreement? So we, in that previous section with policy, we can say that we encourage to enter in collaborative agreement, but we probably in this case need to put in the terminology and definition, what do we mean by agreement? Because agreement can be verbal agreement. So we're sitting on the table, we are talking, we discuss, negotiate, we agree this, I trust you, you trust me. It's not necessary that you have written document. If you want to be secure, to remember what we agreed, that's yes, let's say formalize, do this formal or informal, this is different type of agreement. So that's maybe one issue that we can address in the previous section. And regarding this number 3, implementation requirements, this is just my view, but I think we are confusing ourselves with the languages, because House Bill and current Part 4 Territorial Sea Plan, we have this cables, pipelines, and other utilities. Now we add in new word fixture. So, and project related to cables, pipelines, or other fixtures. So we missed utilities that in the original languages. And then we're saying it's include the utility cables that transmit electrical energy, and we're talking about renewable energy and etc. But as people discussed today, that utilities could be related to wastewater and etc. So it just, we need to be clear and really put in definition those cables, definition, pipelines, utilities, and fixture. Because from this paragraph, utilities, they disappear. Now we are using fixtures. It just a little bit create a lot of manipulation area because we actually little bit like adding something new which was not previously here. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this section?
Well, Marcus, was that a mistake in just not being consistent and calling out utilities rather than fixtures, or?
Yeah, that was just an error in that
So the
section.
intent was to be consistent with how this is referenced in other parts of the plan.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's just an editing error. Going back to your previous point, Natalia, we do, when we are reviewing our federal consistency requirements for submarine cables, we do check to make sure that there's a written agreement between the applicant and the affected users, in this case, the fishing industries. Usually that comes in the form of a document that is submitted as a part of the application. In the case of PacWave, it was actually the agreement between Lincoln County and the fine group in Lincoln County and the applicant. But in other instances, it was between the applicant and the OFCC, right? So as a part of our review process, we have gone back to make sure that that has been, that piece of work has been conducted. So even though DSL does not have a specific reference to the written agreements being in place, we do have a reference to that. And I think it's because of our broader ocean policy goal associated with the protection of fisheries and the balancing of uses between the cable use and the fishery.
Yeah, thanks, Sandy, for clarification. No, I'm not saying that there is no written agreement, because yeah, I read OFCC agreement, which is really quite good and established historically. I mean, I just clarify from DSL perspective, because there was a question if it's related to easement authorization, if we require that. And because we discuss with fishery, it's clear that there is requirements for written agreement. But if we discuss something not related to fishery, I mean, other stakeholders, that could be like, we cannot require this. That is up to them what type they want to enter. So yeah, but with fishery, yeah, I don't have any question regarding this, because this already established and it works well. But can we require written agreements for others? That's the question. Or should we just recommend?
Thanks for the clarification. I understand that better now.
Any other comments on this section 3 implementation requirements? I am not seeing any, so I will move on to the next slide. So here's where we kind of get into, well, this doesn't have substantive changes to it, but the next section in federal waters does. The only change here is putting cable pipeline or other seafloor utility instead of it just saying telecommunications cables. So any comments on this section? Okay, so this is where I did put in some changes based on what Scott told us during the last meeting. Explaining that 1,500 meters was basically the depth at which the equipment could function. So I changed that from 2,000 meters to 1,500 meters. Otherwise, this is, and there are some strike throughs that were also recommended by Scott. I don't know how folks feel about that. Mike Graybill.
Yeah, the one, again, I don't know how burial is defined, but I think it's going to be important to do that because a convention in the electrical power industry that's doing offshore wind is to do rock installation burial. So they lay the cable system on the seabed and then go over it with a large ship that delivers rock rubble to the base along the length of that. There's also burial that can be done with concrete encasement. And I would imagine that form of burial would not be consistent with the objective of retaining access to fisheries. So I think it's going to be really important to talk about what burial, does burial amount, is it burial in the parent material, or is it burial by delivering of fill material that's piled on top of a cable or a pipeline or a utility?
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments on this section? Jeff?
Hi, I was just now looking back at the 2001 letter from NOAA to us when we first submitted part 4 for their approval. And this section was the only section that they denied approval to. And the reasoning they gave was that the state could not impose its policies out in federal waters without first having a geographic location description and doing all of that kind of stuff. So, I just saw it. I wanted to flag it just as something to think about.
Scott?
Yeah, in follow-up to Mike Graybill's comment about the rock dumping, we are familiar with that, but that has not been done on our coast, and I don't think reasonably will. For one, we route cables so that they can be buried in soft mud, and I would think that the same would be true of power cables should they come. But the other thing is the rock dumping is really only effective, from my understanding, in relatively shallow waters like they have on the East Coast, that it isn't commonly done. It's commonly done in the North Sea and on the East Coast, but not in the depths that would be common for ocean power production or, wind, offshore wind. And
Well,
certainly we don't want it to be the standard for burial with regard to submarine cables, but it would be very expensive and very difficult to do in the kind of depths that we have here, other than maybe in the first very short distance. And I just
Well,
don't see that being an issue.
if we're talking about the territorial sea, we're talking about water depths that these rock delivery vessels can bury cables with. I think that right now, these rock installation vessels can go out to at least 100 meters. So that may be relatively shallow as it relates to a shrimp dragger, but that's a fair bit that encompasses a substantial portion of the Oregon Territorial Sea.
Agreed. Yeah. And I agree that that should not meet the definition of burial, in my view.
Well, I would propose that we define burial to be, I think Mike put it in a really nice way, kind of placement in the existing substrate below the surface that does not change the surface nature of the substrate itself. Something like that, because I don't think we want to one, change habitat at the surface of the ocean seafloor through this. And two, I think, you know, that the practical element of cable burial in soft sediment is the focus that we want to continue to maintain. So that would be my preference from a policy perspective.
Thank you, Andy. Mike?
This will be really important as it relates to touchdown cables that are descending from moored structures where they touch down to the seabed, because scour protection is traditionally done with this rock placement. So I think it's going to be quite important. It may not be important now for a long distance telecommunications cables that's creeping on the bottom up over the continental shelf and onto shore. But if we're talking about a cable or a pipeline that is touching the bottom from an open ocean origin point, it's my understanding that where these dynamic cables touch the seabed, it's very important to protect them from scour and from abrasion. And that's, as I understand it, is routinely done with rock placement or concrete structures that hold the cable in place.
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments on this section? I'm not hearing any. And I think that we're, okay, yeah, this is the switching to the periodic inspection that has been stricken out of this and just replaced, you know, just inspected as part of installation and after any major geologic event. Mike?
Sorry, I just left my hand up.
Oh, okay, excellent. Scott?
Yeah, I can speak to both this and the previous one about the 1,500 meters or to an agreed point. We think it's valuable to have rules that are flexible enough to accommodate situations if there's a case where maybe because of federal lines that prohibit fishing, we have what's called a seaward of 700 fathom EFH line, and it prevents all bottom contact trawling on the seaward side of that line. So our current agreements, rather than say you have to go out to 1,500 meters or some other point, we just ask for burial to 1 kilometer beyond that boundary line, so that a vessel that's legally fishing, if his gear is pushed offshore by the current, the gear doesn't necessarily track straight behind the vessel. So the vessel could be following along in the legal boundary on the shoreward side of that federal boundary line, but his gear could legally be fishing outside the line. And so we asked cable owners to vary to a point a kilometer beyond the line, just to assure that there's no issues for fishermen legally fishing. But and our request for changed language on the agreed point just allows for the installer to not have to install more than is necessary. Installation is expensive. The ships burn fuel. There's not a necessity to bury cable where people aren't fishing on the seabed. So to try to minimize that minimizes the environmental impacts of installation as much as possible. And it saves the cable owner money, because the less plow burial you have, the less the installation contractor will charge. And then as far as the periodic inspections, we had this in our agreements, and that's why they're in part 4. But I sent Marcus a paper that we wrote a letter to OPAC, and maybe Marcus will share that with the group. But it's we gave what I felt like was a pretty good case why this shouldn't be required anymore. We did quite a number of inspections. I think we did 10 separate inspections, some of them on multiple cables, multiple sites. I think over 50 sites had been inspected, and we didn't find a single case where cable that had been buried became unburied. And that was our biggest concern when we put in the requirement in the first agreement was, hey, we don't know about these cables. We want to make sure if we tell fishermen it's okay to fish over them, that we know it's safe for them to do so. So we want to have you take a look at that. And so originally we'd asked for 5-year periodic inspections. We did one at 5 years, one round, and we said, gee, this is we better stretch this out because it's expensive. It's a lot of work for a lot of people. And, we didn't see any evidence in those first round of inspections that it was showing anything to be concerned about. So we extended it to 8 years for the subsequent inspections. And then in 2018, we took a third look at it and said, really, let's learn from what we've experienced. And we feel like we can safely say in Oregon, there's no evidence that cables that are buried become unburied. And so we have removed our periodic inspection requirement. There's still a inspection requirement at the time of building, just following the installation. But as far as periodically, we see no value to that. It just costs money, burns up fuel, and doesn't provide any useful information. You get some cool video from undersea video, but that's about it. So that's our explanation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Natalia?
Okay, I just want to come back to the previous point and that link that Jeff said and sent a letter from NOAA 2002. That probably maybe we can incorporate some language from that letter to the previous point where we talk about federal water, because reading that letter, paragraph 2, so NOAA approves statewide planning goal 19, ocean resources and the territorial sea plan with a condition, and then long sentence, but only under the condition if it's don't impose obligation on federal agency that are in addition to those described in already existing NOAA regulation. So maybe we just need to add one sentence to the previous paragraph regarding federal waters, that it don't impose any additional obligation on federal agency. So in this case, we can prevent the letter that will say approve with a condition. This is just thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalia. Becky Anthony.
Yeah, I had a question for Scott and then just a point about the inspection. So do you expect the same success with burial with the power cables, with the larger diameter cables and more rigid as they've had with the fiber optic cables?
I would say that we would probably want to watch the installation. If they're using a large C plow, and I believe there are some C plows that are similar to telecommunication cable plows, but designed for power cables. And my understanding is they're much larger. If they're using the same basic technology, I would expect the burial to be very good. The technology is pretty well proven. It's just on a much larger scale. So I wouldn't expect there to be a problem with plow cable burial on power cables, just initially.
Thanks. And then the one point I had about the inspection is this seemed like a place where it may be different for cables versus pipelines, because the requirement that an inspection might be needed might be more applicable to a pipeline as opposed to a cable. So if we separate them out, like in that implementation piece.
Yeah.
Thank you, Becky. Any other comments on this section? Laurel?
I was just wondering because we have a GLD now and we didn't have it in 2001, and I can't remember what it covers. Would it cover this concern, Andy, or is it solely for the alternative energy? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a geographic location description specifically for marine renewable energy development. So this would not be covered if it was strictly a fiber optic or cable.
Would it be covered with cables that are associated with those offshore energy?
That goes back to our previous discussion about whether or not a Part 5 applies to the cable route from the project to shore, or whether or not Part 4 applies. And my recollection is that the intent was that Part 4 would apply to the cable from the array to shore, and Part 5 would apply to the physical elements or fixtures of a renewable energy array. That's at least what I recall.
So if that's the case, then is there potentially a gap in our coverage, or was that intentional? I mean, the GLD wouldn't then cover this specific instance of power cables coming from offshore development to shore then. And since we don't have it for this, then
So
we can't
you're
have
saying
that.
the gap would be the burial requirement outside of the territorial sea between the array and our territorial sea boundary.
If you go to the slide before, the point was that NOAA
Yeah.
said that we couldn't, have that language for federal agencies because we don't have a GLD. And so my question was, we have
Well,
a
it's just
GLD
not
now, but it just
enforceable.
doesn't, it's not an
we can
enforceable policy.
we can have the language now. It's just not an enforceable policy. It's a good thing to keep it in there as a directive. And from what I've heard, in the industry, I don't think that the power industry would want their cable disturbed as much as a fiber optic owner would want their cable disturbed. So it would be in their best interest to have it buried anyways. And there, if they did not bury it, then it would be a more significant impact to the fishing industry from the action. And I think potentially could require the mitigation of additional kind of impacts.
Okay, I was just going to recommend some minor text changes. I think you don't need both the shalls, like the easement granting agency shall require that cables, pipelines, or other utility fixtures be inspected. Or just a suggestion, trying to simplify.
Yeah, I don't think in that case two shalls make a may.
It's not a double negative.
No,
but
but I agree. From an English perspective, I think you'll need one.
Thank you, Laurel. Thank you, Andy. Mike?
If we're making distinctions between electrical power cables and telecommunications cables, one should recall that the transmission cables that are being routed from offshore substations to land for offshore wind incorporate both in a single cable. So if you're working on definitions, you're going to run into a situation where a single cable has both functions. And I don't know if that makes a difference, but you should keep that in mind to know whether it's going to be treated. Will this be treated as a telecommunications cable, or will it be treated, because they incorporate fiber optics cables into the cable bundle, as well as conducting high voltage conductors.
Thank you. Laurel, is your hand just still up, or okay? Blake?
Hey, thank you. So I just wanted to mention, I don't know, I was gone for a bit, so I'm not sure if this was addressed, but one of the comments that I had as far as this installation language was that we may want, or excuse me, as far as this inspection language, as a DSL may want different inspection requirements for different projects. So for a fiber optic cable project, we may not see the need to see a periodic inspection, but for a pipeline, especially if you're talking about a pipeline that's transmitting some sort, or transporting some sort of commodity like hydrogen or liquid natural gas or other petroleum product, we would really be interested and want to have inspections, as would the owner of that pipeline. So that's just what I would say, is that some of these projects may need more periodic inspection than others.
Thank you, Blake. Any other thoughts on this? Scott?
Yeah, just agree with Blake on that. That's it seems like with pipelines, it should be a case by case basis. If you have a liquid natural gas pipeline, yeah, you definitely want to, or an oil pipeline. But if we have an ocean outfall with treated wastewater, that probably there's less need for that. Or as I mentioned this morning, this fella has a proposal for a pipeline carrying water. So there's certainly different impacts, and it would be valuable for the state to have the ability to create the inspection requirement based on what the pipeline would carry.
Thank you, Scott. Laurel?
Along those lines, I mean, this doesn't say that the regulatory agencies can't require more frequent or periodic inspections, but it doesn't make it clear on, in the document that those might be required. So I don't know if we need to do any other finessing of it to make I think we had this discussion last time or at a previous meeting. I mean, for clarity for the industry, would it be helpful to have something in there? I mean, knowing that the regulatory agencies can do what they will do during their permitting.
Yeah, thank you, Laurel. I think, you know, if we split things out the way that we talked about with the table of contents, you know, kind of having it revised like that, if we do split things out, then I think it can be addressed in those individual sections, but we don't really have the expertise on that right now. You know what I mean? So that's my 2 cents on it. Chris?
Yeah, on the subject of inspections and maybe the more specific case on inspections of installations that carry things like liquefied natural gas or petroleum, what have you. You know, some of these facilities at least are going to also be covered by federal regulations. And so FERC has, I think this is where we need to be cognizant of any conditions to any of the federal permits, and I'm thinking specifically of FERC that might license or authorize some of these installations. And I would just caution the group to not get crosswise with embedding, you know, inspection requirements that might be more appropriately, you know, the domain of any federal authorizing agency. That's really the basis of my comment.
Thank you. Becky, Anthony?
Yeah, I was just going to make the suggestion that maybe you could say as part of installation or as required by other regulatory agency or something like that to differentiate it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Natalia?
Yeah, or yeah, that's a good point, the previous one. Or also we can leave like this, shall be inspected, but then add in one sentence that frequency and timeline for inspection shall be determined case by case, considering like different type of project, something like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Anyone else? Any other comments on this section? Well, so the next section was to have if we had been on timeline here, it would have been to have a break, and it may be a good time to take just a quick like 5-minute break so that I can go and look at the results from the doodle poll, so that we can begin planning for the next meetings. So let's just take a 5-minute break and come back at like 3:42.
Sounds good. Thanks, Marcus.
All right, welcome back. We did not get through the entire amendments, which I think is just kind of highlights the importance of your written feedback. Please send me written feedback. I mean, the discussions that take place here are really important, but I would really appreciate any written feedback. I sent out Word documents that you can edit with comments, so that you can send that back to me. So for the next, before the next meeting, I'll send out another packet of information, which will have a summary of this working group meeting, the next draft of the proposed amendments based on the discussions that we had during this meeting, and any written comments that we receive by 2 weeks from now should be okay. 2 Wednesdays from now. Today, I received from Ryan Wapshall the final draft of the best practices study, so I will send that out. And if we receive any updates from the Dogami study, I'll send those out as well. As far as the results from the doodle poll, it seems right now that looking at the results, either the 8th or 14th works. Sorry, I'm going to stop sharing for one more moment so I can actually look at these results as they've changed since I last looked at them. So either the 8th or 15th works, the same amount of people. I think that we'll probably want to go with the 15th because our chair can make it that day. So we'll have the March meeting on the 15th of March, Wednesday, and then the 12th of April will be the April meeting, with it being the tour happening on that Thursday. So mark that in your calendars, but I'll also send out reminders for that. Any other things that you think should be added to the agenda for the next meeting?
Hey, Marcus, what was the date again? Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. So March 15th, Wednesday, March 15th is going to be the next meeting. And then the April meeting will be Wednesday, April 12th, with the optional tour happening on Thursday, April 13th.
Got it. Thanks.
Any other thoughts on the next meeting or even the April meeting? Any thoughts on those? Scott, do you think that those will work for tour date stuff?
I believe so. I'll check to confirm. Because I'm assuming, Marcus, we're going to plan on having the April 12th meeting at the Flexential Data Center in Hillsborough. And they have a nice facility. However, it's high security, so it wouldn't be feasible for people to come and go for lunch. I mean, you could do it. It would be a lot of complication moving everybody in and out. So I'll check into maybe possibility of having a catered lunch provided at Flexential so that the group doesn't have to exit. We could, our thought was have the meeting and then take a lunch break, and maybe right after lunch, have a tour of the data center and then come back to complete the meeting. Oh, I guess,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's one option. We can talk about options for that as to whether we can find another venue on the coast if we want to do the meeting on the coast and then do the landing site tour there and then head to Hillsborough and back in the following day. Either way works for me. It's what works for the group and what people like more about that. I could potentially send out another survey to see which option of those people would rather do. And I can do that if that's something that folks would like to see. Otherwise, you can just let me know via email what works for you. Or you can discuss it right now, either way. I did not want to jump into another topic today because we only have about 10 minutes left. And I don't think that that'll do any topics justice. So if there isn't anything else to add, then I guess I can give you 10 minutes back of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. It was a long day, but there were some great discussions. And I think that the kind of path forward on our table of contents will really help us move forward.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you everyone for joining today. I really enjoyed the discussions and I think that we got a lot out of it. So another doodle poll for the April meeting, is that what you said, Lene? Yeah, I could potentially do that. Although I might send out, since we've already determined the dates, I don't know if a doodle poll will work very well, so I might send out a survey for it.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we have the option on the table with folks about, do we want to go to the landing site on that Wednesday and then go into Hillsborough on Thursday, or do we want the meeting to be in Hillsborough? I myself would like to have it on the coast.
Yeah, Marcus, I mean, if you can just send survey, yeah, not doodle poll, but survey regarding the optional tour, because we changed the dates.
Yep.
And people can plan accordingly with their schedule with new dates. Thank you.
I could do that.
Did we order nicer weather on the Wednesday or the Thursday that week?
Both.
Yeah, I thought both, Andy. I thought we did an order for both days, but
I think for the
Well-
entire month is what I put in, but excellent. Well, thank you all for joining us today. If there's nothing else, then oh, Laurel, did you have something?
I was just going to remind you that I said that we could probably book the meeting hall at Nehalem, which is pretty close to the landing site if there was a desire for that, but it doesn't, I think, have great connectivity. I mean, there might be some options, but it doesn't have like Wi-Fi.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
to remind you that that was available and pretty close to the landing site that was discussed at the last meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's definitely an option for us to look into. I think we do need to have good connectivity because I know a lot of people are not going to be able to join physically for the meeting, and they may just want to join remotely, and we'll be doing a hybrid option for that meeting. But
We've also used a meeting room in Nehalem before that does have, and we have had a virtual meeting there, so I can give you that information if that's
I would love
helpful.
that. Thank you, Laurel. Yeah, that would be helpful, and I'll include that in the survey. So either at the coast for the Wednesday and then coming back, or at Hillsborough and then going to the coast and back. Okay. Thank
I
you,
saw
everybody.
Scott raise his hand.
Oh, I didn't see that hand. Hi, Scott.
Okay, I was just going to say that the tour of the data center could be incorporated on the same day as the tour of the beach manhole, the cable landing station, and the network operations center. So you could have one day that's all tours, and that could be completely independent in terms of the date of the meeting. So if we had the meeting Wednesday, we could have all the tours on Thursday or Tuesday, whichever. But given that, you could actually have a virtual meeting or a in-person meeting. I look forward to having an in-person meeting, but we would have at least the optional tours would be in person, and that would be better than completely missing out on an in-person meeting. So
Excellent. Thank you for that. Oh, Peggy, were you wanting to say something?
Yes, I know I'm not officially a member of this working group, but I would love to be on the tour that you guys take. Is that possible? Can I just go as a public person? Or, I mean, I don't want to be, raining on anybody's parade here, but
no,
I'm really curious to see the site.
Peggy, absolutely, you'd be welcome to come.
Great, thank you.
I think it'll be amazing to those that go. All of these facilities are really amazing. You'll come away with a much different view of what they are once you see them. So.
I know I had the privilege of doing the sites of all of the 6 proposals for marine conservation areas, and it was just really, you have to be there. You have to be there to see it. It makes a huge difference.
Yes.
All right. thank you very much. And I will be in touch. Have a good rest of your day, everyone, and you can have 5 minutes back.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.